Yes. So which account should be
Uh,
those? Is it Wayne or
You are unmuted, so you can start
can
because
you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can stay
I can see the
unmute.
room.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, I can. Everything is okay now.
Oh, no, okay. You're good.
Yeah,
So you're
I'm
able to
calling
see.
you. Calling you outside. Just a minute.
Test, test, test. Test. 1, 2. I can hear. So before we start, we have some housekeeping. We have the female bathroom. Once you get out of the door, you make left, the third door to your left. For the guys, you have to go around the third door to your left. If there is any emergency, please, we have the facilities outside. Talk to them and they will give you any support that you need. Once more, welcome everyone to the Africa AI Village at UNGA 80. And really exciting. Please clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. So my name's Yohanes Yimbesalu. I am a founder and work in the area of youth skills and employability. And I'll be your MC for today. And I have with me.
My name is Ashley Njoroge, also a founder at Silicon Exchange based out of San Francisco. So nice to see all your faces so early, so bright. Excited for the conversations and just excited to see how we action a lot of the things we talk about today.
So before we start, I know there's a lot about talk about AI and what it means for Africa, which is the youngest continent, the most youthful continent, and a continent of 1.4 billion young people. What does that really mean? And really excited with the lineup of speakers that we have today. So we don't have much time. Without much ado, I would go ahead to introduce I'll go ahead to introduce Dr. Kevin Frey, who will give us welcoming remarks. Dr. Kevin Frey is the CEO of Generation Unlimited, UNICEF. And again, let's thank Gen U team and the UNICEF team for working and in partnering with Carla for making this event possible. Clap. Can we just give them a round of applause, please? So just a brief about Dr. Frey. Is the CEO of Generation Unlimited, leading global efforts to scale up skilling, employment, and entrepreneurship opportunities for young people globally. Previously, he served as the CEO of Right to Play, supporting children across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. His entrepreneurial journey started with founding Techaway, which grew into the Kessin Group, innovating in edtech and job tech, including platforms like Schooly and Classroom, before its acquisition by Pluributus Technologies. He holds a doctorate in business administration from IE Business School, an MBA from the Kellogg School of Management, and honors BA in philosophy and history from the University of Toronto. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Kevin Frey as he walks up the stage.
I think the next few hours may set the bar so high that the rest of the week is actually going to be downhill. That we may be at the best part of UNGA week right now. It's an honor to be here to open this Africa AI Village session. Hey, Shri. And I'm going to start with a little quiz. So I'm going to throw out a date and see if anyone can tell me why this date is significant. 1879. Anybody? 1879. I'm sure AI will tell you in a second, but no asking ChatGPT. Okay, so that is the year Thomas Edison invented, there we go, the incandescent light bulb. 3 years later, 1882, the first power plant to supply electricity en masse is online. Fast forward to today, 2025. 143 years later, 143 years later. Some folks were at the M300 session at Unstoppable Africa yesterday. 600 million Africans still do not have access to reliable electricity in their homes, 143 years later. It's unacceptable. It's a massive failure, and it can't happen again. I want to suggest that today we're at exactly that moment, that 1879 moment. There's a new industrial revolution. Just like electricity, we now have AI. It's going to reshape humanity, economies, and the future of work. But I think right now, we're actually staring at a K-shaped future. We're at the starting line, just like 1882, where those first power plants came online. So if you think of the letter K, that's the start line. We're here. But if things continue how they're going right now, we are going to have a future where we've hard-coded and hardwired the inequalities of the haves and the have-nots. And those haves and have-nots will be defined by who has access to AI and who has the fluency to use AI. Young people who do not have access and skills will not be able to compete in the labor markets of the future. And so what I want to suggest today, as we all sit here, and this is why this may be one of the most important sessions at UNGA, we are at the starting line. And if you think of those two trajectories, those two lines coming up, we have to bend the arc. And we can do that now at the start. There's extraordinary path dependencies to diffusing technology. If we don't get it right now at the starting line, AI will not be a force to democratize opportunity. On the contrary, it will hard code and hardwire inequality. So I can't think of a more important session than what we're talking about here today. There's a whole list of people I need to welcome. This is a really impressive room. When I went through that list, I was congratulations, Kala. Well done on the group that's here. Apologies for any pronunciation errors I make, but I'm going to try to run through the list a little bit here. So first of all, we have Professor Louie Franceski, the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Welcome. Dr. George Lora Adjei, the Director of Program Group at UNICEF, and a force of nature who I work with very closely, who's super passionate on this topic. From government, Her Excellency Sina Lawson, the Minister of Digital Economy for Togo. You know what? Maybe I'll run through all the names because everyone's going to get stuck applauding. There's about 13 more names. His Excellency Dr. Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communication and Digital Economy for Nigeria. Her Excellency Salima Ba, Minister of Technology and Innovation, Sierra Leone. Her Excellency Rose Pola Praismu, Minister of Digital Economy, Republic of Guinea, Conakry. His Excellency George Aparo Ado, Minister of Youth Development and Empowerment at Ghana. Oh, great lineup of ministers. But of course, when we're talking about AI, we can't get this done government alone. We need private sector at the table. We need deep partnership between governments and private sector. So we have the private sector here too. Mr. Emmanuel Lubanzaggio, Africa lead, OpenAI. I already talked about ChatGPT, so a little OpenAI shout out there. Dr. Christine Zhengwei Chung, Global Director at the World Bank. Dr. Margot Thomas from the International Panel on Social Progress. Miss Maria Manolovic, Executive Director, Safe Online. Mr. Kojo Boakri, the VP of Public Policy at Meta. So again, amazing representation here from private sector. Dr. Fred Werner, ITU and AI for Good. Dr. Trevor Mundell, President of Global Health, Gates Foundation. Mr. Antoine Sebera, the CEO of the Rwanda Information Society for Authority. Finally, I want to thank our partners that made the AI Village possible, to CALA, to the African Union, to the Commonwealth. Thank you so much for coming together to support this event. And most importantly, I think the young people in this room, because all of us gray and silver-haired folks up here can talk a lot about AI, but the future is actually going to be defined by the young people in this room. We have extraordinary entrepreneurs, AI entrepreneurs working on ag tech, working on ed tech, health tech, fintech, all infusing AI into the future to shape a future where opportunity is democratized. So couldn't be more happy to be here today, and let's all kind of agree that we want to avoid that K-shaped future and work over the next few hours to define the trajectories to get us to a future where opportunity is available to every person on the planet, no matter where they live. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a brave act to read all those names because I did get a briefing on this is how to pronounce every single name. And I said, I will not be doing it. So it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Louie Franceski. He is the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations and founding Dean of Strathmore University Law School, which for anyone who knows, the people that go to Strathmore in Kenya are very proud of their school. So very well done. He is a globally recognized legal scholar and a leader on democracy, governance, and peace across 56 countries. And he is also here to deliver a keynote and hopefully read more names correctly. Welcome.
I will not embarrass myself by reading the names. I will say friends. The first thing we do is let's kill all the lawyers. When Dick the Butcher said this in Henry VI, Shakespeare's work, he wanted anarchy. 430 years later, that anarchy can be attained through AI in a space that is not ethically regulated. So I'm one of the greatest fans of AI. But certainly AI, like anything in human behavior and human action, and that goes beyond human action because it's machine learning, requires a rational and reasonable space for regulation. At 9:30, I have to be opening the Commonwealth Foreign Affairs Ministers meeting, which I am the conference secretary of, and at the United Nations, and these are 56 foreign ministers of the 56 countries of the Commonwealth meeting to discuss. If this is not being recorded, I would say nonsense. But the reason why I decided when Shiku told me about this, I must come, even though I risk annoying a few ministers by being a little bit late, it's because the future is being designed here, not there. And what's going to happen in the next 30, 40, and 50 years in the world is happening in this room. The systems of governance today, and this is something we discuss with ministers and presidents and prime ministers, as you know, the Commonwealth is 56 countries together, friendship with a purpose, came together for collaboration and cooperation, born out of the delivery pains of colonization from one single mother, the United Kingdom, but with other members who were never colonies and joined the Commonwealth, like Rwanda, Mozambique, Togo, and Gabon. And they joined because they saw the incredible value in an organization where there are two principles. One is do not spend the same penny twice, because if something has been invented in one country, can be used by the other 55 countries to grow it in their own country in a beautiful collaboration. We all speak the same language and we all have similar institutions. And the second principle is you have the copyright, we have the right to copy. So those countries are all collaborating and helping each other. There is no longer a colonizer, the UK, or colonized Kenya, South Africa, India. We are all at the same table with the same powers. It's one vote, one country, in a beautiful way, which took the humility of the former colonies to sit with the colonizer, to sit at the same table, and of the colonizer, the former colonizer, to sit at the same table with the same powers in a very beautiful collaboration, which until today exists and thrives. But then when we started, and by the way, it's so rich and beautiful that you may be thinking, how come this guy with this accent is the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth? And the Commonwealth is precisely that, bringing people together from across the world. I'm French by descent, Venezuelan by birth, and Kenyan by choice. I lived most of my life in Kenya. I'm so proud to have so many of my students here in the room and former colleagues. Laila, we have been working together for many years. And you know, it's very interesting because precisely my grandfather, French grandfather, met my Kenyan grandmother in Trinidad. How in heaven did they end up there? Because of the Commonwealth, somehow. So, well, these are beautiful stories. What the world has done may have been good, bad, abusive or not, but we all have to grow forward and to use those lemons to make lemonade. Whatever happens in the past is not for us to get stuck in the past, but to build the future. Now with AI, there is a revolution happening, and Kevin put it very, very well. Governance systems are outdated. I was talking yesterday to the Parliamentary Secretary of Foreign Affairs in Canada, who is the second in the Foreign Ministry, and he said, I have survived 5 ministers of foreign affairs. And officials see ministers coming and going. Ministers have the responsibility, but they do not have the power. Few ministers have the power to change things because systems have got stuck in a bureaucracy that is not moving. There were systems planned for 100 years ago, and we are still at it. So we are trying to see how we encourage leaders to work out of those systems into technology. And we started a year ago creating avatar ministers of health, law, and finance. It's amazing what these ministers can do, and all done by AI, how they answer the questions the president asks through a Zoom cabinet meeting, and how eventually these ministers will be all combined into a super minister that will be called Alexa or something else, who can answer any question, give you the strategy, the law reforms, the law drafts, the money, where to spend it, where to get it, and the priorities you should have. It's an incredible initiative, and already Albania has produced, it's not in the Commonwealth, but they have come up with an anti-corruption AI minister, which is defending her position in parliament. But it's very interesting what's happening. It's crazy. Of course, AI is morally neutral somehow. So you can ask AI to eradicate tuberculosis in Kenya, and it will give you the whole process to do it efficiently, cost efficiently, and to do it in record time. But you could also ask AI how to eliminate all the Kikuyus or the Luos or the Jews or the Southerners or whatever it is quietly. So of course you could also get those results, and that's where ethics comes in. So without further ado, I don't know if Chico, we can play the short video, or we leave it with you and you play it later. Fantastic. So there is a simulation of those avatar ministers, which the team will play later at some point, but times are changing. Structures are not changing, are reluctant to change. And that's why I began by saying that the meeting happening at 9:30 in the UN, well, 9:45, because I'm still here in the UN, will not be as fruitful in terms of ideas as this meeting, because innovation can happen in this space. And we governments have the duty to preserve and respect that innovation, to place just the reasonable boundaries of regulation so that abuses are not entrenched in laws or in practices, but we cannot choke innovation by coming in to regulate something we do not understand and we do not use. And that's why I am very much in favor of unregulated, in that sense, within the room, but let's build the walls so that people don't jump off the window into nothing. We cannot guarantee success, but we guarantee failure by giving up. So giving up is not an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Louie Franceski, for that. One thing that I got from that conversation is that times are changing, but structures are not. And how do we make structures change? On that note, I want to introduce our next keynote speaker for today, Dr. George Larry Ajay, the Director for Program Group UNICEF. Dr. Ajay is the Director for UNICEF's Programs Group, bringing over 2 decades of leadership in advancing policies and programs for children worldwide. Since joining UNICEF in 2000, he has served as the Regional Director for South Asia, the Director of Evaluation, the Deputy Director for Corporate Strategy, Deputy Representative and Chief of Policy. I know, Dr. Thank you and welcome, Prof. Yes.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I know. Good morning, everyone, and warm welcome. It's an honor to have you here as part of this important conversation, Africa AI Village. We know the UN is going through massive change, and this particular General Assembly is important. It does not only mark the 80th anniversary of the UN, but the world is going through a big shift. So a conversation like this is one that we desperately need. Let me start by thanking you for coming. We truly appreciate your presence here. We look forward to the conversations, and we know that we will all leave here with not just new ideas, but with the challenge to do more. I'd like to say a few words, and thanks, Professor, for setting the stage. I come from UNICEF, so I'm going to talk a little bit about health, nutrition, education, maybe agriculture. Yes, but I'm going to talk more also about young people. Africa, we know Africa's greatest asset is the number of children and young people. I'm sure anyone can guess how many children we have in Africa now. Can anyone guess, please? Can anyone guess how many children we have in Africa now? Children means those who are below 18. Can anyone guess? Close to that. Close to that. So now it's about 700 million. By 2030, we'll be near 900 million. In 25 years, the number of children would be above 1.4 billion or so. So that's why I'm going to talk about children and young people, and how we equip them. We give them opportunities so that the transformation will really be deep in African society. I was sent a few facts, and I'd like to just go through them. Number one, AI could add $2.9 trillion to Africa's economy by 2030. This will lift growth, GDP growth, by about 3 percentage points. Okay. Number two, generative AI could add 61 to 100 billion US annually if barriers are addressed. So we see huge opportunity for transformation. In the past, when we talk of transformation, it is in the hands of perhaps policymakers, industrialists, and so on. But you know, if you take my auntie in the village, and she has a phone, and she can buy data. You know how it works in our villages, isn't it? And she can buy it. She'll have access to any information that she needs in the world. My auntie, who is 85 years old, barely able to, her glasses as thick as you can imagine, she can have access to any information that she needs in the world. And she can connect to as many people through platforms. The power of transformation is huge. But we know that my auntie is one of very few people who can afford to have the electricity and the data and have people to go through it and maybe be able to download the apps or buy the license to be able to go through this. Anytime I travel across our towns and villages in Africa, what hits me the most is the sheer number of young people on our streets. Lots of them looking for opportunity. So if AI can bring this magic to our economy, and yes, within the confines of the risks that Professor has talked about, how do we bring it closer? How do we ensure that exclusion does not happen? Exclusion is happening in the digital world against whom? Women, against girls. I used to work in South Asia, and there the ratio of girls with access to digital device, girls, boys, is 1 to 5, for all sort of cultural reasons. And in Africa, we know it's culture, but we also know it's a question of the economy and prioritization of boys over girls. Okay, so we have a problem to solve there. I come from a fishing village. For those of you who know Accra a little bit, there's a fishing village. We say in the past we were warriors. I don't know if it's true or not, but let me say it. And anytime I go there, I look at the fishing industry and I look at the changes happening in the fishing industry. A lot of young women depend on the fishing industry. And I keep asking myself, of course, there are the big trawlers now who have advanced technology, including use of AI that come from other places. And if you're using the old canoe, you get lost. So I imagine the 17-year-old who has finished junior high 2-3 years ago, couldn't go to high school, senior high, for various reasons, who is trying to make a living from the fishing industry. We have the tools to help that young woman. We have the tools to help that young woman. We have the tools to help her family, her father who owns their boat, to read the weather better. We have the tools to be able to forecast how, the seasons and the movement of fish in that part of town. We have the tools to help them monitor the levels of pollution around their neighborhood and what drives things. We have the tools to be able to monitor the strengths of the waves and so on. And we have the tools to help the young woman monitor how the market trend is going, and whether she'll make a profit selling in my village, or whether she just has to take a bus to the next village to crack new ground. So colleagues, AI as brings transformation. We have a responsibility to ensure that it happens more quickly in Africa. In UNICEF, we have a strategy we call the Africa Strategy. We've worked on it with the Africa Union Commission, and it lays the parameters bare. If there's going to be a wave of AI, we want it to benefit maternal health. We want it to improve access to ultrasound. Okay, we want it to improve the detection of disease outbreaks. We want it to improve learning by kids who are far away from a school. There's some kids who are just far away from a school, especially at the high school level. Some kids are far away from a trained teacher. Some kids are far away from opportunities. Having access to a novel, having access to the book written by Chinua Achebe. I'm sure you know Chinua Achebe. Yes. Is it yes or no? Oh, I don't feel too old now. So we have a full journey ahead of us, and I'd like to share a few thoughts about what we need. If you are an investor in this room, we need more startups in Africa. We need more startups in Africa. If you're a minister, and I know there are a few here in this room, we need to invest in the basics. Talked about electricity, we need to invest in the basics. We just have to do that. We need to invest in skilling programs. We need to have young children learn the tools of the game in digital. And we need to prioritize girls and young women. If you are into education and you are in this room and you're a minister of education in this room, the days of the blackboard and the chalk is gone. If you are a medical officer in my country, you're in this room, the days of the OPD card, the outpatient card, you know what it's like, or the road to health card that can get lost is gone. Because having your information in the system helps harness help for you. If you are a partner in this room, we need to invest more in mentorship, in training, in access to finance, in data systems, especially for young women. So we are at a stage where Africa has embraced AI for transformation, but Africa has a few constraints. And we can all help to ensure that every child has access to the basics. When I talk about the basics, let me maybe share one example and then I'll stop. The music industry has caught on very fast, isn't it? These days, when you go on Spotify anywhere and it's linked to some AI tool, you can get music from any part of the world, isn't it? You can even get music from 100 years ago, isn't it? But not the literary world, not the scholarly world. The textbooks that I used when I was in 5th grade, 6th grade, these were written by teachers in my own country. They are not online. They are not online. The history books that I read, they are not online. So if I'm going to fight FGM in Mali, and I go into AI, and I ask about FGM in Mali, it gives me some weird thing. Anybody can try here. It gives you some weird thing. It doesn't give you the way to do it because there's a lot of material not online. So as we dream, as we embrace, I'd want us to remember the fundamentals. AI has the opportunity to give us a leap in Africa. It has the opportunity to give young people a leap in Africa, to give mothers, children, a leap in Africa. But we must invest in the basics. And with that, I wish everyone a good time here. If you've joined this conversation, know that you are contributing to something that has a huge multiplier effect, something that will transform, something that waves of investment might not have been able to do. But this gives us opportunity. This gives us hope. Of course, it has to be done right and within a right regulation. But we must seek investments in the basics so that it benefits everyone, especially our young women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to have a sense of who's in the room. There's been a lot of doctors, professors, like just big titles, big names. Can we have a show of hands if you have the initials DR dot before your name? Can I see by a show of hands? Okay. What about the professors? What about the rest of us? PhDs in life experience? How are we feeling? Okay. Okay. Good. So I will be introducing, as luck would have it, another doctor, Dr. Jonathan Donner. He's done a lot of research in mobile telephony, and he told me a fun story this morning. How many people remember the era of missed calls when someone would like, what do you call it in different countries? We call it flashing, beeping, flashing. Any other words for it? Okay, those two. So he is the man that did, is it the first paper? Yes, and I promised not to say this, but you know, I'm very excited. I've seen some of the people who are speaking here today. Dr. Shiko, Kala's team, thank you so much for bringing us together. And Shiko, am I allowed to say that he was your PhD advisor? Absolutely, yes. So I'm very excited to have him on stage. He will introduce his panel. And can we also have a sense of who's traveled the furthest to come here today? If you came from, just shout a country if you came from far. I know someone came from Barbados. Barbados is not far. Oh, we're in New York, not San Francisco. Never mind. Okay, Kenya. Kenya is far. Is there further than Kenya? Rwanda. Okay. Is there farther than Rwanda? Melbourne. Oh, Namibia. Melbourne. All right, all right, all right. And there's a hand at the back. Saudi Arabia. Okay. Amazing. Over to you for all the serious talk and the really good conversation. And the panel should come up. I'm just going to read out your names. Well, they know themselves. And he's going to do the intro. Yeah. For your panel? Yes. Oh, wow. Of course. I love to read me some more names. So we have Mr. Kojo Boakie, who's the Vice President of Public Policy for Africa, Middle East, and Turkey at Meta. We have Miss Marie Ha. I'm not going to say the next name. She's the Executive Director, Safe Online. And then we have Dr. Margot Thomas, who's the Executive Director, International Panel on Social Progress. And last but not least, we have another doctor, Dr. Christine, who's the Global Director, Digital Core at the World Bank. We're really excited for this panel, which will be talking about where Africa's position lies in the global AI world order. Welcome.
Thank you, Ashley, and thank you, everybody. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of experience today where there's so many ideas and so many opportunities for discussion that we're going to struggle to sort of keep to time in everybody's calendar. And apparently there's other events outside happening as well that some people might want to go to. So with apologies, I'm going to have to move us a little bit more quickly than we anticipated, and we're just going to kind of have the chat. Good news, we've all spoken, and there are a few things that we want to share with you today. So my only job is to ask just a few questions and then get out of the way and let you all speak. And if we do have a moment or two, I'll let the mic get past, but only once we hear from our esteemed panel. And you have so many perspectives on this critical moment of AI and Africa's place in shaping not just the future of AI in Africa, but the future of AI around the world, that I can't wait to hear from you. And so to start us off, let's ground not in the future. We're going to get to the future by the end, but let's ground in what's happening today. And as a good way to kind of get us going, what do you think are some examples, just one from maybe each of our panelists, of something that's already happening, that Africa is already shaping global standards in AI or global norms in AI or the markets themselves? You know, where are we seeing, you know, power and influence already happening? I know I'm not going to have trouble calling on people. Everybody wants to talk. So who wants to go first? Christine, would you start us off?
Sure, happy to. I'm Christine from the World Bank. Maybe one thing that I find it's quite notable is Africa is already becoming a living laboratory of contextual AI innovations. What does it mean? It means that AI applications in Africa, they're really trying to solve local specific development issues. And I'll cite two very well-known examples. The first one is in Nigeria. AI chatbots are radically addressing teacher shortages. achieving 2 years of learning in just 6 weeks. So that's the first example. The second one actually comes from Zambia. AI-powered text messaging is bringing previously unbanked populations into the formal financial system, giving them access to cash transfer, but also opportunities to actually loan money to start businesses. So these are really pioneering examples. In essence, Africa is showcasing the world that AI's true potential lies in its ability to solve real world problems. This is exactly where we want to see AI is doing now, but also in the future.
So, are there rules for this conversation? Is it just going live to the world, or is it Chatham House, or what is it? Someone asked, is it recorded? Prof, is it? No, it wasn't Prof. It was Franceski. Is it recorded or?
It looks like it's recorded, and we have not said it's Chatham House. So why don't you assume it's going to the world?
Yeah, interesting question. I think those examples and many more of them, including those that are built on Llama, Meta's open source large language model. Jacaranda Health jumps to mind, where we've helped more than 400,000 young women get health information to meet some of the issues that Prof spoke about. Fundamate in South Africa, now educating, I think, around 3 million people, again, built on Llama. So yes, Africa is providing local solutions, which I hope, assume, believe will go much further than Africa. They won't remain local. If you think about the SDGs and some of the challenges many parts of the world, the global majority face, you can think about the ways in which health applications, education applications can be transported, or at least aspects of them. So that's helpful as well. I was kind of scared of this question, Jonathan. To what extent is Africa influencing global AI? And part of my fear stems from the fact I was here 2 years ago, 2023, when there was lots of noise around AI. I spoke at Mr. Blinken's event about the promise of AI and all of that kind of stuff. And it felt contrary to what the doctor said, that we're behind the curve as a continent more than anything else. Part of that may be, part of my view may be influenced by the fact that I'm reading Rachel Adams's brilliant book, which is The New Empire of AI, or the new Empire of AI, which speaks about the fact that actually many countries started developing plans and had concretized their plans by 2020. And if we look across the continent, so many of our countries still don't have AI plans or AI acts. So we're, more than this being the point which we should be starting from and racing from, my view is we're behind, and we need to recognize that. And that's why I really want to have a candid conversation about it. Despite that, things like the African Digital Compact, the AU strategy, our involvement in the BRICS conversations, our involvement in G20, our focus on ensuring human rights and people-centered AI development at the forefront of discussion are really, really important. I think that's the way examples and the way we're influencing those conversations are the way we're influencing the world. The reason why I was concerned, I didn't explain. Most of the conversation at this point in time, certainly the ones I'm involved in, and I have a particularly blessed vantage point of managing not only my teams in Africa, but also in the Middle East, Turkey, Azerbaijan, is that so much of AI at this moment is being dictated and run by really big players with really deep pockets. And that's one thing, despite the efforts we've seen with the AI declaration from Kigali, where we're going to raise 60 billion, hopefully raise 60 billion, that's where I think influence is being wielded the most. If I'm being completely frank, Meta on its own is going to invest 65 billion this year in infrastructure. I think I was at an event at Goldman Sachs last week, and I trust Goldman Sachs with money. They spoke about the fact that 450 billion is going to be invested just this year, which took me by surprise. So I do question where and how much influence we have, although I do see we're having significant influences by those examples that my learned friend to the right gave, hopefully I gave, and hopefully others will give too.
It's hard to go next. I will start by saying that I found something really funny and a little bit ironic this morning, which was that we are recognizing all the ministers who will be here, who are speaking today, at the same time saying, well, you're basically out of your jobs. because there's avatar ministers now, and then soon you won't be needed anymore. So like, you know, next time the meeting is going to be very easy. You're just going to be avatar ministers and going to be like doing a great job. What I found optimistic, it's hard to be optimistic for me in the age of AI, I must say. But what I found optimistic was back in February when I was at the Paris Summit of Action, AI Summit of Action. I ended up leaving that week just talking about the Africa AI Village. I literally left that week being, this is where I think the public sector leadership and forward-looking strategies can really work. And that didn't come through to me from Germany or US or other places because the focus was on profit maximization, period. Hyperscalers, how do you do compute? How do you pull resources for this and that? Whereas there, I was sitting and listening to Minister Bossoon, to Minister Pauline Gabire, to Minister Lawson, talk about real problems and real issues, but also real focus on investing in young people. Because you know what is the most dangerous thing? It is technology meets people with no opportunity. And we've seen that erode democracies. We've seen that erode focus on inclusion, participation, safety. And I would say, as I have left that meeting in Paris, and I'm so happy to be here again, I was so excited to be invited again, is that I could see that really thoughtful approach to building. And I think it was Minister Gabire who said, let's not focus on why we can't do it. Let's focus on how we can do it. And I think we are behind. I think in many ways, as you say, like I'm not already thinking like, oh, Africa is setting the standards, but I can tell you one place where really it is. And I want to recognize Kala and Mototo News and civil society organizations in Africa who are putting kids and young people at the center of these discussions. And normally that is not the case. So again, I really am excited about that movement. And from there on, I think things can go much faster.
Maria's point. I think the AI is, so I know Minister Lawson, I know Minister Tijani, sorry. I think, oops, I'm sorry. To Maria's point, I think the AI example is going to make ministers more competitive. So I know Minister Lawson, it's not going to outdo them. I think the example was to highlight that, you know, if you don't do something, we'll get AI to help us do it. But knowing those ministers as I do, I think they're going to be up for the challenge.
So I'll be very brief because in coming into this discussion, and yesterday I was at the Unstoppable Africa, where we had a number of entrepreneurs, but I happen to have a sister who's very active in the health and well-being space. And I've been doing work in the care economy. So I think it's replete with examples of ways in which at the base of the pyramid are young entrepreneurs on the continent and across the global south are trying to address solutions using very basic tools and the disadvantaged access to the more sophisticated elements of the technology. To me, that in itself speaks of hope or resilience and intelligence that is a vital asset for the continent and how we address this K issue that you outlined. I think we have the wind in our backs, but we need to take the longer term perspective. We have to realize this is an all hands on deck. It's easy to talk about commitments to safety and commitments to financing and to our ministers and leaders in government. It's quite often easy to say we have political will. What we need from you is your willingness to leverage your political capital to make things happen. We can make policy recommendations all day long. What we need is policy action. What we need are coalitions for action. As someone said earlier, this is not just for the role of government. It has to bring together all the actors, but it's the people who have to drive it. We have to empower them, recognize that this is intersectional. And this is how I think we're going to move forward on that K agenda. So I want to join from the very beginning. as the Executive Director of the International Panel on Social Progress and personally leveraging my career in the World Bank as an advisor to government. Count me in. Where do we start? This is what we want to accomplish today. Get started with lots in motion, but let's move.
Thanks for that, and for everybody for kicking us off and raising many issues we could cycle back to. I'd like us to continue to focus on the questions of global AI governance and shaping the entire global, the way the planet interacts with AI. But then I want to connect that to challenges that I think we all know and hold dearly are part of kind of everyday life in Africa. How do we, I'm asking you, connect this global governance conversation to the values and languages and knowledge systems of the people in Africa, particularly empowering women and girls? How do we make this inclusion part of the global governance discussion on AI? Maria, would you like to start us off?
Thanks so much. The way that I think about these things is that it is very hard for us and for people, for humans, like just basic individuals, humans, to think about participation, progress, inclusion, if you don't feel safe. And I think safety is the basic precondition for especially women and girls to be part of online spaces, especially in the age of AI. And when you think about that from the perspective of, again, one of the places where Africa has shown leadership was in lacking fear to collect data and understand the situation of young people on the continent. So we have a lot of pieces of research that especially Safe Online has supported, where we have seen that young people are already experiencing high degrees of harm in the online environments. So we have, for example, in Eastern and Southern Africa, up to 20% of girls and boys experience some form of child sexual exploitation and abuse online. That's 1 in 5 already. When we speak about, again, you will normally hear, well, internet penetration is not that high. Well, the issue is really not that important. If you couple the fact, we've talked about the demographic growth. We've talked about the scale at which we want to, and the speed at which we want to roll out technologies on the continent. Couple those two things and see that harms can scale as fast as benefits. And just the fact that harms can scale as fast as benefits tells you that unless we think about how do we mitigate those harms, how do we think about local values and inclusion and empowerment from the get-go, the benefits will not be there. And as I mentioned before, coupled that with lack of opportunity and economic empowerment of young people, it's a really dangerous mix that we are setting ourselves for. With that, I will also say that I have seen really tremendous leadership from the governments, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Namibia, who have collected the data on the issue of harms of young people and have started legislating and making policies to address these issues as they're embarking on the processes of AI adoption and rollout of technologies. African Union has developed a policy on empowerment of young people and online safety as well. So really thinking about where are the things now and how can we ensure, and I will just suggest a couple of things that I think can really work well alongside the AI Council for Africa and other structures that we are thinking about in terms of governance. And those are that, and this is where UNICEF and George and his leadership can really help, is that we can really see how child impact assessments can become really a basic requirement for rollout of any public big scale deployments of AI. Unless you can prove that your systems are not safe, and not only not safe, they're not beneficial for kids. We have to move from safety by design to well-being by design. Yes. Unless they're beneficial for kids, you don't get to roll out. You don't get to collect the data. You don't get to do anything. How do we think about the deployments? I mean, the colleague from Meta mentioned Llama. Great, it's a great open source data set. How do we make sure that that data set has the data foundation that are safe, so we know where the data comes from, but also how does it include locally owned data, and how do local people benefit from that data is really, really critical. There is also the issue of empowerment of women and girls, and let's say that can there be a leadership, and I think already there have been examples of councils that are associated to public procurement processes that can assess and evaluate the deployments of AI, and you can get feedback loop from people who are affected by this in terms of how it is affecting them, and then change those solutions. And compensate people for participation, not just take them by default as like, oh, you know, I'm so grateful that I'm a girl and I can contribute. No, pay people for participation and compensation for their input as lived experience experts, especially. And I think lastly, just I would really recommend, this is probably aligned with the Pan-African AI Compact and other things where you can have a safety component of that, where we can set the standards for market entry by safety and well-being for populations that AI is affecting.
There's a lot in there, and I know I'm not going to ask every speaker to touch every one of those points, but building on that a little bit, Margot, it sounds like you were ready to jump in. Which direction are you going to?
Well, I was just going to go take a step back just because of the things that I've done in my life, but really say it underpinning all the things that you've just outlined. We need to ensure that there are legal and regulatory frameworks that are in place or that can be bolstered to support those objectives. And to the extent that there are gaps, there needs to be a really intentional approach to building those frameworks and ensuring that they're robust and there is accountability. Protection for intellectual property, data privacy and ownership. I think the EU is a good playbook that we can aspire to, or maybe take the good lessons from in terms of how you safeguard those things. AI literacy, that especially the young people can understand what their rights are in those spaces. In order to feel safe, you have to have them really understanding their rights and what they're entitled to and how they need to be protected. I think this is a whole curriculum we need to roll out. I want to talk a little bit about financing. I really applaud the work that's already ongoing, but we talked about the billions of dollars that are needed. We talked about if there's going to be this AI council in place, what's the role there? I want to make an appeal that particularly for the Pan-Africa, we look to ourselves as a source of financing. If you take the Africa diaspora and you recognize that everybody in that diaspora is willing to put even $5 to invest in a diaspora bond for the AI agenda for Africa, I think that we can potentially, I don't know the size of the market, but my imagination just takes flight in terms of what's possible. So I want to advocate that we look at different forms of financing to support the Africa AI agenda and to give better leverage at the table in terms of how the technology is developed for people, planet, and power. We have to safeguard against things like, data colonialism, manipulation of information, talk about the new imperialism is real from a global economic and political framework. And we have to be able to respond to this, not just in Africa, but the global South as a whole.
Just two things to add. First, I think countries in Africa must invest in collecting diverse Africa data because we all know data is the new oil of the AI era. And only with our own Africa data, then Africa innovations can truly build solutions rooted in the continent language. And it does take financing, it does take efforts, it does take coordination to make this happen. But the data is so basic and so foundational. This is an area I would suggest that we all invest. The second thing is that, I'm always fascinated by the culture in Africa. We have a lot of projects in Africa. So I had opportunities to visit many countries in Africa. So one thing I would hope that we manage to do is to translate African wisdom into AI ethics. I was thinking about, for example, the Ubuntu, the philosophy. It means I am because we are. So it really refers to the interconnectedness of the world. It talks about community. It really talks about a shared future of humanity. So if any organization, AU or the ongoing G20 in South Africa or the future AI Council can really invest and advocate more language, natural language processing for African language, and also translate the wisdom and also the African tradition and knowledge into the AI ethics. It's really about the values, what we believe in. This will go a long way as well.
Jonathan, can you help me by repeating the question, please? And perhaps some of the audience too.
It's a big question.
I've heard a lot of.
Yeah, it's fine. We're basically, this is the part of the conversation where we get to really engage with the gap between the global governance conversations on AI and the need to make sure that AI reflects and is strengthened by the values and languages and knowledge of people in Africa.
All right, helpful. And so I might jump around a bit, and I'll speak to my colleague from the World Bank afterwards on this idea that many espouse that data is the new oil. Like, I have questions about that generally. I took history rather than a geography pass, where you only had two choices in my school, geography or history. I took history. Like, oil takes millions of years to produce. And my understanding, at least, is that it's finite at the same time as well. And I think it's very easy to go around saying, well, data is a new oil. Data is a new oil. It's going to fuel the economy. It's the new oil. They're very different qualities between data and oil. And I struggle when people say data is a new oil. And I think it takes people down wrong policy routes as well. I think Maria is absolutely right that safety needs to be top of mind when we're thinking about, and sorry, Jonathan, for jumping around a bit, but when we think about girls and young people online, and working for Meta, working in the region, working across the region, absolutely safety has to be top of mind. But I am still mindful, I think, as both Doc and Prof spoke about, that only 40% of people are online. So Francesco's gone, but I reminded him that I started working, and Mr. Jonathan Donner, I cited many of your papers as well, in 2004, January the 4th, 2004, on a project called Rural Livelihoods, the impact of telephony on rural livelihoods, seminal piece with Dr. Suter writing it. And at the time we were speaking about how we get mobile phones into people's hands. After 9.5 years, I moved on to working on the internet. And at that time, 2010 or so, internet numbers were so low. It shocks me a little bit today to read that we're only at 40% of penetration. And then when we think about that's for the continent, 40% of people are online at the moment. All of you have gone online this morning and benefited somehow from being online. And then when we think about that, women are even further behind. So the work that I do with Sonia George and the brilliant team at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership focuses a lot on many things, but a lot on gender. And of that 40%, women are 37% less likely to be online than men. So there's a fundamental challenge there before you even get to the safety issue. So for me, I think we need to be really focused on that still, while we have to remain on that. Then everything that comes on top once you're online, safety and the other issues. And then when we think about women and AI, once we get devices, etc., into their hands, we do need to be thinking about how we incentivize the kind of research that Maria spoke about, how we are very deliberate. And I see the minister there who's done some work on this, how we're very deliberate about ensuring that women and young girls can use various AI services and benefit from them. At Meta, we've done that. I've got members of my program team at the back that can wax lyrical about the thousands of young girls we've helped, women we've helped in business to use not only our applications, but in addition to AI as well. So super, super important part of the conversation. Quickly on the financing piece, I'm very happy to send $5, if not more, as part of the diaspora to a fund. But I think what we've had and what we've heard from the declaration on AI is the desire to raise 60 billion in the region. And I think while initiatives like that proposed can be super useful and additive, I think what I'm excited to see, and hopefully soon, is how we're going to raise that 60 billion, what that fund's going to look like, who's going to contribute, what sort of financing mechanisms might the bank and other lenders bring to that party as well, in addition to self-raising from the diaspora. I think is super important. So that's just some of the things I wanted to touch upon, and hopefully create some conversation between the panelists as well.
Two more conversation points. Yeah.
Jonathan, just want to respond a bit to the reference to the oil. And clearly you studied history and I studied economics. Because at the end, how we look at production, you look at production factors, and natural resources is certainly a very big part of it. And if you talk about AI economy, if we don't have data, the production function just doesn't work. But the difference between these two, that's why I really call for investment, huge investment in local data collection, is that oil is endowed by some countries, but not others. But data can be collected and created by all countries.
Did you see what happened there? Yes. So I'm going to just ask for a couple, Maria, just a couple more remarks at the end to finish that comment, and then Margot, if you can just wrap us up with one comment, and then we could talk all day. This has just been great, but go ahead and it is just getting interesting. Go ahead.
Just very quickly, I think on the data issue, for me, when we speak about investment, and I think investment is critical, investment cannot only be in infrastructure and data centers and compute. Infrastructure needs to go across the whole of government. The reason why we don't have women online is because they're scared to be online. The reason we don't have a lot of girls online is because they don't have mechanisms for redress and reporting. Only 5% of girls who experience sexual abuse online ever reported. In Southern and Eastern Africa, only 5% ever reported. Why? Because of stigma, shame, and lack of services. So unless we invest in the support systems and networks around rollouts of these great, huge systems that are going to be super beneficial, but again, bear risk, we're not doing enough. So investment cannot be only at the compute and focus on technology. The investment needs to go across all the government and services. And
Margot, a last word from you.
I just wanted to come back to the question or the issue of the institutions that are in place to allow Africa to negotiate and to position itself at the table as a body or as a group, as a continental group. Because for those of you who look at the NBA, I'm an armchair sports fan. The Warriors team motto is their strength in numbers. And I think as a negotiating tactic and for positioning the continent at the table to leverage ourselves, we need to do it together. I think the AFC-FTA process was in itself, I think, could be instructive, and it's proven that it can be done. It's not going to be perfect, but it can be done. So I just want to applaud what's already being done. If the AI Council is going to be one of the mechanisms, we need to get behind it, but we have to do it together. Come back to the theme of Ubuntu and strength. It's all that we know that guide our principles and our culture that we need to bring to bear.
With that, thank you all for a remarkably and compressed conversation. I think we're off to a great start today. This has been wonderful. And thanks to the speakers who came before and set the tone for the day.
So thank you again so very much. In the interest of time, we would be going next to our next part. It's going to be a fireside chat, and I want to welcome Miss Monica Dungu, who is the Chief Corporate Affairs and Partnership Officer at Nation Media Group. Welcome to stage, and you will be introducing your panelist for the fireside chat.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It can be as traumatizing as you're sounding. but it's a privilege to join you today. And like I think was Alia said, I think this is the conversation that we are all looking forward to at UNGA this week. And so allow me to introduce my panelists who join us today and are very well specialized in speaking to this issue, not necessarily from a place of pure technology. But the reason we want to have this fireside chat is to look at the dividends of AI, our communities benefiting, and to have actual case studies that speak to this benefit, but even further to go and say, okay, what are the pitfalls and what does the future look like? So allow me to introduce Mr. Fred Wana, who's with me here. He's the head of strategic engagement at ITU and also chief strategy and operations, AI for Good. Kindly give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Kindly have a seat. We will also have Dr. Trevor Mandel, President of Global Health at the Gates Foundation. We're supposed to have been joined by HE, Miss Salima Ba, Minister of Communication Technology and Innovation, Republic of Sierra Leone. You managed to join us. Fantastic. We were all worried you wouldn't be able to make it. Please have a seat. And we were all looking forward to hosting you. Please give her a round of applause. Okay, so I've been told this is going to be a speedy fireside chat. That's what was. And I think you have a mic. All of you have a mic. Oh, you don't. There's one here. All right. So like I said, our conversation today, and I'll not spend time introducing the panelists so that we can get as much time as we can with them. But I think what I'd like us to start with is to start by contextualizing the conversation we are having from where you sit. So we'll begin this conversation with Ms. Salima Ba and ask you, are the citizens of your country feeling the dividends of AI in 2025? We can speak about how much it's moved in the last 2 years or when it started. But I think the conversation today is, are the citizens of your country benefiting from AI, and what benefit, if at all, is accruing to them?
Thank you. Good morning, and really happy to be here. I think these are the conversations that we need to have. So grateful for the organizers for setting this up, where we bring in private sector, development partners, governments, talking about how we push policies through and prioritize. I think your question in terms of dividend, I don't know if I would say dividend. I would definitely say impact. I think we're definitely feeling the impact of AI, I think, in Sierra Leone, and I'm sure it's true for African citizens right across. I think if we think about in various sectors, if you think about education, if you think about healthcare, if you think about agriculture, I think if you just think about media, I think that's actually one of the biggest areas where we see, well, whether or not people recognize, you see the impact of AI in terms of, if you think about the idea now, so many of citizens get their news from social media platforms and online, and you think about how that news is generated in terms of what you're told is important and what gets amplified as news and something you should care about, and you understand that that is done through algorithms. So whether or not our citizens realize that the impact or the mechanism behind that, I think we see them the impact of that and how that is determined. I think on dividend side, I think when the whole conversation comes about Africa being left behind, I think on equitable dividend, I think we're still not haven't even scratched the surface of that in terms of having or seeing equitable dividend from AI, but definitely the impact we are feeling.
So are you able to tell us like a few actual things around that impact? You've mentioned media particularly, and I guess that's what speaking to whether it's misinformation, disinformation, on just the general use of AI in the generation of content. But are there areas, you mentioned other areas, is there anything else you can?
Absolutely. I think if we think about different solutions now being built, I think specifically healthcare, for example, even on a government side, looking at solutions that are being built, making sure that we are integrating integrating with AI and looking at predictive models. I think if we think about agriculture, when we engage with our farmers, some of the things that we're doing, looking at e-extension services and how we make sure that the farmers in the rural areas can engage with these solutions and be able to get valuable information. I think we see that as well. But maybe also on a bigger scale is governance. As a government official sitting with a lot of prioritization is going into how we can leverage AI solutions just to make government more effective and efficient. So I think absolutely a lot of the sectors across where we're seeing the impact on that.
Fantastic. And maybe to just pick up from where Minister Salima spoke to, she spoke about health. And so to you, Dr. Trevor Mandel, when you look at AI, what dividends from where you sit at the Gates Foundation are you able to quantify to say, I think this is what it's starting to do for the populace?
Well, Monica, the truth be told, we just coming out of a couple of years of pilots in the health area or in the ag area. And one of the intentions with all of that piloting was to try and understand what are the best applications. So just sort of jumping in and trying something may work, but it may also not have the greatest impact. But these are not small pilots of a few dozen people trying something. You know, they are pilots at some scale that we can already see and project to the future. You take the system that Nneka Mobison, a physician, set up in Nigeria called MDoc, to give women in particular health information in their local language. And she has this running for a few 100,000 women. So that's a sizable pilot. Another great entrepreneur in Ghana, Darlington Okogo, noted with concern that there were 40 accredited radiologists in Ghana for a population of almost 35 million. So he developed a system for radiology interpretation based entirely on local data, which is now being deployed. So we are seeing these early deployments, but I think that we are just at the beginning of the real scaling. And one of the key questions is how do we do that with the engagement of governments, of philanthropy, of local partners. I'm delighted that we'll be announcing this week the third of scaling hubs with individual countries, with Senegal following on scaling hubs in Nigeria with Minister Tajani, and also in Rwanda with the ICT Minister Ingwabera over there. And we can go a little bit into the scaling hubs, but I'm starting to see that impact and the massive scale start to emerge.
Which is fantastic. And I think to your point is the pilots were necessary to show you what is possible. And so what you're then building from is what data you've seen and then how that then can go across the continent. Am I getting that right from you?
Yes, exactly. These have been truly sort of direction-setting pilots. I would say that we've cast a pretty wide net because the ideas that have come out have truly been, you know, fantastic and challenging, some of them to implement, but we'll get there.
Yeah, and we will get there. And maybe to you, Mr. Fred Warner, when you listen to Dr. Trevor and with your initiative on AI for good, and he's specifically spoken to health, what are you seeing in regards to the dividends that AI can give the citizenry? And how do you layer that with the work that you do?
Turn on my microphone. Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I've had the privilege of leading AI for good for ITU since 2017. And if you think about that, that's basically an eternity in terms of AI years. It's a very long time. And probably one of the best parts of my job is seeing the use cases that come in that really have a lot of potential. Definitely, I would say healthcare is probably one of the highest potential areas, maybe coupled with agriculture, especially in the context of Africa. So there's no shortage of really interesting AI for good use cases, pilots, projects that I see every day, and that's really encouraging. But how do you know that these high potential AI applications in healthcare, for example, work equally well on men or women or on children or the elderly? persons with different skin colors, persons with disabilities, or in low resource settings where things that we take for granted, like electricity, 5G, access to data, and internet, what have you, are real concerns. So these are not always natural reflexes for the fast-moving tech industry. I think the track record so far has been, let's build it and we'll try to fix it after. But I think these are things that we think deeply about at AI for Good. And one thing I've seen actually through many visits to Africa, especially in South Africa, is just the huge potential. And also when speaking to people there, whether they're startups or students or entrepreneurs or people from the government, that they're not looking for handouts or tech handouts like, oh, here's a solution, it's AI in a box, use it as it is. That they have local ideas, local knowledge, local data, local culture, local context, and they're very keen to work with the tech industry and these solutions, but in a way that integrates all of that local knowledge so you get local solutions for local problems. And I think that's really the key that's been missing up until now. But I'm also optimistic that that's something that could really bring things forward in that way.
And not to look down at your optimism, and I'd like to ask this question to Minister Salima, because yes, I think it's agreeable that we're starting to see good dividends. But how do we ensure these dividends are across the society? So where governments sit, they're supposed to take care of everybody. And so, for example, from where you sit, how are you ensuring that those dividends, whether they're in agriculture, whether they're in health, whoever you partner with government, whenever you provide that enabling environment, how do you ensure that these dividends are not just to a select few so that we're left with a small population benefiting and then the vulnerable in society are not taken care of?
Oh, no, thank you. I think that's a really critical question when we think about equity, when we think about inclusion and ensuring that really, truly nobody is left behind within that. And I think as a government, where we have to start, I think somebody from the previous panel was mentioning in terms of being part of the co-creation and being part of the design process. And I think as a government person with our different partners, that's why I think the model of the scaling hubs within the region, I think those really work because, and as the representative of ITU said, people are not looking to say, just give me an AI solution and then our people start figuring out how to use that, but actually how can within the region, how are we developing our own ed tech solutions? How are we developing our own or health tech, our own agri-tech solutions or fintech solutions that are integrated with AI? How are we building capacity and skill sets? Because I think that's where you get the true value of actually ensuring that everybody within the society would be thought of within that process. Because if I'm building a solution for Sierra Leone, I understand the Sierra Leonean context. I am thinking of within my community, how I'm building for people within my community and making sure that covers everybody. So I think really the value in how we do that is investing in building capacities and skill sets within the region specifically. I think obviously then as government, when we think about policy-wise, how we promote policies, how we think about investing in infrastructure, and we make sure that we think of that and how we partner with our different partners and making sure that as much as we're building for our capital cities, we're thinking of the farthest region. How are they going to be able to access these solutions when we think about literacy penetration rates, when we think about our computer literacy rates, when we think about our internet penetration rates, where we might be building the most high-end solutions, but at some point we're also building for the lower-end solutions because we understand some of those implications. So really, I think in summary towards that is really investing in local capacity, because we see that when you give them the capacity to, give us the capacity to build, I think then we ensure that we're building for our own realities as well.
Thank you. And maybe to you, Dr. Trevor, and you mentioned this when you in your introductory remarks. And where do we get the money from? It's easy for us to say you're building scaling hubs, you're the Gates Foundation, but you can't do it all. And you're speaking to new models of public-private partnerships, generating money from within the continent to ensure that the solutions that are being provided. What do you see from where you sit as possible solutions to just that whole funding question that ensures the solutions you're creating are sustainable solutions, that when, I mean, with what has happened in 2025, because of the appended nature of the cuts, how do we ensure that these solutions are here for the long haul?
Monica, I would say that, across the many sort of interventions that we've worked on, in the recent years, I've never seen such enthusiasm from government side to participate. So all of the scaling hubs that I mentioned are co-investments, where in fact the government is the majority investor in those scaling hubs. And I think we have to leverage this AI moment and the enthusiasm of governments, policymakers, to not be left behind and want to participate. So that's been a difference from some of the other technologies. And then I would say we really need to think about the sort of the levels of technology that we bring. If we insist that we need super expensive data centers and smartphones with, lots of gigabytes of memory and the like, we leave enormous numbers. We just heard maybe 60% of the population out, even if we assume that somebody has to have internet connection. So I think we need to pitch some of the technologies and provide them with much less infrastructure, which can be done if somebody just has a feature phone, or in fact, if a friend has a feature phone, can we bring them into the system that we're calling self-care for health problems? So I think there are two aspects to that. It's make the technology so that it is affordable for everyone, but there is this new real enthusiasm to participate and to actually pay for things.
Which I think is fantastic. Like you say, that the government seem very enthusiastic to ensure this time we're not left behind. But you raise a very important thing around inclusion, because if the solutions are very expensive, then the accessibility to the most vulnerable in society becomes very difficult. But maybe to you, and I know you wear two hats, AI for good, but allow me first to go to the ITU hat. And I think this is whenever we have the AI conversation, governance and infrastructure costs are like the elephant in the room. And when you think about the governance question around all these tools we want to build, all this data we want to collect, how then does the ITU look at itself in 2025? Because before it used to be about physical infrastructure, but here we are in a moment that everybody's describing as one of the most fundamentally changing moments in the world. What does the ITU look at that governance question?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thanks. And for any of you who may have been at the past two AI for Good Global Summits, we actually added an extra day called the AI Governance Day, and this year the AI Governance Dialogue Day. And we brought together over 100 ministers and, bringing together AI experts, civil society, our 50 plus UN partners, the ambassadors of Geneva, what have you. So being extremely open, everyone welcome at these discussions. And I think one of the biggest challenge was let's say starting with the encouraging news. I think governments have been moving fairly quickly to come up with their own governance and regulatory frameworks, whether you're looking at the EU Act or, the Bletchley Summit or Hiroshima process, different processes happening in all corners of the world. And the challenge was, how do we go from principles to implementation? So how can you take these ambitious words and texts, where I think there's actually a lot in common, and that was one of the challenges of the governance day, is what do we have in common? And how do we actually turn them into practical implementation? And one of the ways of doing that is through standards, because, the devil is in the details, and standards have details. They have a lot of details, and they can ensure that things work internationally, that they're interoperable, that you have proper interfaces, but also that the standards making process is inclusive by design. And I think that's one thing that ITU brings to the table. We're the only UN agency that has member states, but also 1,000 plus private companies as members and 150 plus academic institutions. But also within that standards making process is great efforts have been made to bring all countries to the table, especially from the global south. And we have different programs to make that happen. So I think if you're looking at AI standards development, ITU now has close to 400 AI standards either published or in development. And that philosophy of inclusivity and bridging the digital divide has been baked into the process. And I think that's quite important. But maybe going outside of that, our members, the people who are at those 2 years of governance dialogues, they basically, I mean, you can have different philosophies if you're east, west, north, south, right? But they did identify 2 common pain points. And the number one was the AI skilling problem. So how can we democratize access to AI skills, whether it's for children, for diplomats, for everyone in between? There's a huge gap, and it's not only a problem for the global south. I think it's a problem across the board. So with that, we launched the AI Skills Coalition with 60+ partners, and actually my Secretary General Doreen will be doing a very big announcement tomorrow night at one of our flagship events. So I can't say it right now, but so stay tuned. But it's really about bringing AI skills to the world, and in the context of that announcement, it has something to do with Africa as well. I wish I could say it, but I can't. And the other major pain point that everyone agreed on was the epidemic of misinformation and deepfakes, and how do you handle that? And coming out of that day was the creation of a new initiative on AI watermarking and multimedia content authenticity detection. That's basically a fancy way for saying how can we detect deepfakes and information. And there are a lot of standards that already exist on that. There are new ones that need to be developed. So we're leading that with ISO and ICR standards bodies cooperation. But I think that standards are, it's maybe not the sexiest topic, but if you really want to take all these like really good thoughts and words that are emerging around the world and have them in a way that they apply internationally, they're inclusive by design, they're there to bridge the digital divide and make things work internationally, that's very important. And then of course the AI skills gap, which we're trying to address, and then also the epidemic of misinformation.
Correct. And I think as we come to our last question, and we can take one question for the room, just one question for the room. Someone shot up their hand so quickly. I'll not ask my question before you ask yours. So we can give you the mic so that we can take our last round of comments. But I think it's important to continue contextualizing the fact that everything we speak about AI needs to benefit the most vulnerable of people in society. And so continuously, even as we have this conversation, is that everybody should situate their mind that this is fantastic, but if it's not benefiting the most vulnerable in society, then what will end up is the same society. Nothing will really change. So I'll ask her to ask her question. We'll only take one question. And because of your enthusiasm, we will then pick your question.
Thank you very much. I jumped at it because it's an ITU related idea. You asked, how can the ITU, if he's wearing the ITU hat, how can the ITU help countries in Africa, especially with their governance? And one thing that we've been working on is exactly that. If Africa comes into the AI fold, the first thing they should do is ensure that their data, their local information stays with them. How do you do that in today's world? If you buy the chips that are not yours, if you have the AI stacks that are not yours, how does that make it your data? So one way to do it is exactly with ITU. ITU has partners in every country who are telcos. So you have a membership of very, very large, regulated and trusted telcos in every African country. So those are already there. They want to get into the AI game. This would be the chance for the ITU to say, okay, maybe the telcos who are our partners, they're trusted by the African countries, get a piece of the AI game. And then the way to do it is, remember AI stacks and NVIDIA chips are not cheap, but if you have a membership of all the telcos, you think you could leverage that and get better AI stacks for a better ROI, then you could start to build your own stacks, which would be under the power of every African country. Anyway, just a thought.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't a question, but a valuable contribution nonetheless. And he agrees with you. So as we take our last round of comments, I think I'm going to start with Minister Salima. And in the context of governance, who owns the data, who builds the infrastructure, how do we ensure the most vulnerable are protected and benefit from the dividends of AI? My question is, and they say these days you can't think in years. So if I was to say it's a 5-year horizon, but you can cut it back to about 2, which is still a long time in the era of AI. But but what do you see as tangible benefits, particularly to women and children from the AI dividend? What would you see as, if you were to wear your futuristic glasses and peek into the future for us in 2 years, for your country and particularly also the continent, what do you see as tangible benefits?
I think, thank you. I think when we think about tangible, I think every time there's an African leader, we out there, we speak about Africa cannot afford to be left behind in this new revolution. I think maybe sometimes it starts sounding like a soundbite that everybody just repeats. But it's true though. I think if we think about the demographic dividend, if we think about Africa remaining a consumer economy and we want to change that, we think about the potential economic benefits. I think that's we can't afford to really, as we say, we really can't afford to, because that would drastically have an impact in future generations. I mentioned to you, we're already feeling the impacts, whether or not we recognize, I think, around so many sectors. And I definitely specifically I have a big focus on the whole misinformation, disinformation, and how that could impact our democracy, peace, security, social cohesion, and all of that. We see deep fakes now, and especially when maybe sometimes you're in a society that might not be as literate, you could almost see the potential for the social unrest and within that, if we don't really, I think we'll maybe working with partners such as ITU, thinking of those standards really quickly in terms of how we watermark and how we identify these things and be able to send that information. But I think specifically to your questions about in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years, where do I want to see us and where do I think we can be? And I think there's a conversation I was happy somebody mentioned, and then I'm definitely with Minister Ngabire, Sina, Bosun. We have these conversations so many times, and I think actually we were all at the point where, okay, we were tired of actually maybe just talking about it. We actually want to start the doing of it, right? And not even maybe 2 years, we're thinking of now, actually. So for example, we have the ECOWAS, and I think maybe one of the points towards this in terms of actually doing is, I think some of these conversations we're having, we should start convening some of these conversations on the continent as well. I think we're referencing with my colleagues that most of the time it's when we're in these outside settings, that's where we convene and have these conversations. And it doesn't feel as if we're having these conversations on the continent, and it's critical for us to do that. Maybe we also don't feel as if we're having these conversations maybe within the vehicles that are set up that would really enable us to push this. And maybe we think of it as a regional area, right? I think sometimes we think of Africa, we like to think of it as a one country, and it's not, as we all know. So we're thinking actually maybe let's use the regional frameworks for now. Maybe we use ECOWAS because that's West African countries, and we think of that, and then at some point we will convene as a one pot within that. But how do we start chipping at the block? So for example, Sierra Leone will be hosting the West Africa ICT Council of Ministers, and Minister Bosun and I have agreed, I'm sure wouldn't mind me saying this now, we've agreed that at that meeting, we're going to come out of there with tangibles of actually how we collaborate. Because I think those are the things we need to start doing. So just talking about how we can get there, how maybe as just 2 countries for now, how can we collaborate on data? How can we collaborate on infrastructure, to really move this? How can we collaborate on talent development? How can we see talents in Nigeria that maybe might be further along, being able to swiftly move to Sierra Leone and having those barriers lifted where they can come into Sierra Leone and being able to operate within that, so we can see that knowledge and skills transfer and vice versa, and how that can happen. So whilst yes, 2 years, obviously in 5 years where we want to be ultimately is where we having the Sierra Leoneans, the Nigerians, the Guineans, the Togolese building our own AI driven solutions. I think we can always talk about infrastructure, which we know is very expensive. And I think that's where we think about how we maybe collaborate as countries. Maybe not every country has to build the big data centers, right? Well, every country is at the position where they can, but maybe we can collaborate and maybe we focus as a country, focus on data and we focus on skills development and we can leverage infrastructure in a neighboring country. I think those are the conversations we need to start having, but not even, yes, 2-5 years we couldn't, but I'm also thinking about what can I do today as an African leader. So we're thinking about AI strategy. We're already thinking about, we are hosting AI hackathons within the country. We're hosting skills development. I'm doing trainings for government officials on AI because I want to train ministers on how you can use ChatGPT to be more effective. I think those are tangibles right now, things that we can already start doing and that will make an impact. Finally, on education, I sit with my colleague Minister of Education and we have the conversation about how can we ensure today within the education sector, students are using these tools. You can't ban them. You can't ban the idea. I'll round up, but I think about, and I was making the point about how we thought about calculators, right? When we were in school, when you were banned from using a calculator because everybody thought it was cheating. But in the same way, people could think about ChatGPT now, OpenAI, all these things as you think it's cheat. No, it's not. It's just a new way of doing things. And actually what we should be teaching is how to use it effectively. And maybe what we need to change is how we do assessments because now there's this tool available. So I think it's already right now, and it's about how do we think for today, this year, and what impacts we can have, how we can leverage. And obviously with the ultimate goal of we want to change the mindset of the economy where we're also being able to develop and create our own solutions and we're able to see those translated outside of the region.
Fantastic. Let's give her a round of applause. Coming from government, I think that translates into the enthusiasm that Dr. Trevor was speaking to, and hopefully it's replicated across the continent. And I want to finish with you, Dr. Trevor. So let me go to him and ask, what are your thoughts around AI for good? And so I'll come to you last, Dr. Trevor, because you have already done pilots. And so there must be data that's telling you what you're going to see in a year, in 2 years. So let me finish with a question around AI for good, but also the ITU. So when you wear your lens of what happens, I said it's difficult to imagine about thinking in 2 years. But if we were to cap that and walk back, what are you seeing from your initiatives at AI for good, but also from what you've spoken about the ITU around just this whole AI conversation?
Yes, I think earlier I was talking about all the encouraging use cases. And I think a big part of the work at ITU is how can you remove the bottlenecks that are preventing from these use cases from scaling exponentially, or at least, throughout the rest of the world. And, one of the biggest bottlenecks is connectivity. So one third of the world is still unconnected. And, that's the equivalent of a V8 engine only firing on maybe 5 or so cylinders. And I'm not talking about connectivity for the sake of connectivity. Actually, a lot of places have connectivity, but people are not connecting because there's no literacy around how to connect. There's no content in their local language or their dialect, or people with disabilities, or maybe people who can't read and write. So there's all of these bottlenecks preventing from people accessing the internet if it's there, but also there's still a lot of parts of the world that just have no access to the internet at all. And I really don't think these use cases are going to find meaningful scale until you have that connectivity. Because if you're looking at the engine that's only firing on a few cylinders, you're not benefiting from the creativity, the collective problem solving, the culture, the storytelling of all these people. And again, that data, okay, not to use the data as oil analogy, I'm never going to do that again, but all of that data, it's just missing, and it's not going into the data sets that could actually make AI for good. So I think from the ITU perspective, that's really the biggest challenge and the bottleneck to solve.
Okay, fantastic. And so we come to give you the last word. With the pilots that you've been doing for the last couple of years, the enthusiasm you're seeing from government, and the scaling hubs that you spoke to about, what is it in your 2-year horizon that you can see that is a dividend that will be accrued?
Well, Monica, I think that we have to have the real ambition that we put a virtual doctor in everybody's pocket. And, what does that mean, a virtual doctor in your pocket? In the case where you don't have good connectivity or you don't have a smartphone, it just means that somebody in your network has a feature phone and can reach a call center. So it means different things. And how far can we get in that in 2 years, as you've said, as that milestone? Well, I think that we need to choose an entry point of some really vulnerable populations. One of them would be people living with HIV, who have a problem in the sense of taking daily antiretrovirals, most people actually being well, but then needing periodic checks and then having to go into a healthcare system that is not really tailored to them and having to fight their way through clinics. Can we put them, we've always wanted to be able to put people in that situation into differentiated service delivery where they could pick up their medications in the community and they wouldn't have to fight with the hospital system. But now we can really do that. We can really demedicalize chronic care in the case of people living with HIV. Pregnant women who may have difficulty getting an antenatal visit, but can they still get information to manage their pregnancy, to know about anemia, to take iron and folate in the right way? That's where we would start. So I would say by 2028, 20 million people in those two vulnerable groups in self-care and touching on another 100 million people that would be able to access the services of that self-care system.
Fantastic. So to summarize, from the minister, Africa won't be left behind. So if we have, because someone said, a lot of times we come to these conversations and then we come again and say the same things. So if we were to hold ourselves accountable and look at the Africa AI Village as a big catalyst to ensure that Africa is not left behind. And so if we have this conversation, we'll be saying Africa is at the table and what are the tangible things it's doing? And then to your point, connectivity to ensure that the most vulnerable, those that have no access, are able to be connected and are able to access all the solutions that are being built. And then to your point, for vulnerable people, for people to have a doctor within reach in their pocket, a virtual doctor, and the most vulnerable of society being able to access that without thinking too hard. Because if they have a feature phone or if someone near them has a feature phone, they can be able to access that. I think we could sit back and then say, you know what, in the year of the Lord 2025, when we had this conversation, something moved, something was achieved. And so the challenge is to all of us in the room, regardless of where we sit in that ecosystem that is driving AI, whether we sit at the communication side where I come from, or the solutioning side, the government side, the policy side. It's to ensure that we are all playing our part. So please give a round of applause to my very, very well-able panelists. I think they have been great, and thank you very much.
So thank you so very much to our previous panelists. We are running a little bit behind time. We will, before we get into the ministerial panel, we would want to show a video from Honorable Rose Paula, Her Excellency Rose Paula Prisimo, the Minister of Digital Economy, Republic of Guinea-Conakry, who is not here with us, but she has prepared a video which we will be showing right now. She served as the Minister for Information and Communication, Trade and Industry and Planning, currently Minister of Post, Telecommunication and the Digital Economy. She drives Guinea's digital transformation and champions Africa's digital agenda through reforms, inclusion and strategic partnerships. So without much ado, can we please show the video from Her Excellency Rose Paula Prisimo? Thank you.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers frères et sœurs du continent, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais commencer en exprimant mes regrets de ne pas être physiquement parmi vous aujourd'hui. C'est avec émotion que je m'adresse à vous depuis Conakry, au nom de la République de Guinée et de son Excellence le général Mamadi Doumbouya, chef de l'État. Je salue chaleureusement Carla, pour l'organisation de ce Africa AI Village en marge de la 80e Assemblée générale des Nations Unies de 2025. Le thème de nos échanges incarne un défi qui nous rassemble: forger une souveraineté africaine en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'Afrique avance. En avril dernier, à Kigali, nous avons franchi un cap historique avec la création du Conseil africain de l'intelligence artificielle. Ce conseil est une chance de coordonner nos efforts, de mutualiser nos ressources et de parler d'une seule voix dans la gouvernance mondiale de l'intelligence artificielle. Mais pour que cette vision devienne réalité, plusieurs chantiers prioritaires s'imposent à nous. Construire et mutualiser des centres de données africains pour sécuriser et valoriser nos informations stratégiques, adapter des cadres réglementaires harmonisés afin de faciliter le partage des données et de bâtir une confiance commune, favoriser l'interconnexion de nos points d'échange et de nos réseaux pour fluidifier la circulation de l'information à l'échelle du continent, maîtriser la question de l'énergie comme support essentiel de nos infrastructures, renforcer le capital humain. La Guinée s'engage déjà dans cette voie avec nos voisins du Mali, de la Sierra Leone, de la Côte d'Ivoire et bientôt du Sénégal. Nous avons commencé à connecter nos réseaux afin de bâtir une infrastructure régionale solide. Car nous savons que la connectivité est le socle indispensable d'une intelligence artificielle africaine performante et inclusive. Sur le plan national, nous avons lancé des réformes ambitieuses. Le cadre légal de protection des données, l'inauguration du Data Center national Tier 3, la création de hubs numériques pour la jeunesse et les populations en milieux ruraux. Ces initiatives s'inscrivent dans notre vision Simandou 2040 et placent le numérique au cœur d'une transformation économique durable, inclusive et tournée vers l'avenir. Excellence, la souveraineté en matière d'IA ne sera pas l'affaire d'un seul pays. Elle sera le fruit de notre coopération, de notre solidarité et de notre volonté commune de bâtir une Afrique forte et unie. C'est pourquoi j'ai l'honneur de vous inviter à Conakry en novembre prochain pour le Transform Africa Summit, placé sous le thème « L'IA pour l'Afrique, innover localement, impacter globalement ». Ce rendez-vous sera l'occasion de transformer nos ambitions en actions concrètes, de montrer au monde que l'Afrique ne subit pas la révolution numérique, elle la conduit aussi. Mesdames et messieurs, je salue tous les ministres, mes frères et sœurs, tous les partenaires, tous les invités présents aujourd'hui. Je formule le vœu que nos échanges soient riches, féconds et porteurs de solutions audacieuses. Ensemble, faisons de l'intelligence artificielle un levier de souveraineté, d'innovation et de prospérité partagée. Je vous remercie depuis Conakry.
Thank you so very much. A quick round of applause to Minister Paula. So we would dive directly into the ministerial panel. And on that note, I want to introduce our moderator for the panel, Dr. Kevin O'Neill, who is the Managing Director, New Frontiers at the Rockefeller Foundation, where he leads efforts to test and scale transformative solutions to global challenges through research, convenings, and catalytic grant making. Welcome, Dr. Kevin O'Neill.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Kala and to Generation Unlimited for hosting us today. I think there's one challenge that I believe AI will never solve, and that is getting senior leaders to the same place at the same time during UNGA week with New York traffic. If they achieve that, it's all over. I will not do much introduction because time is pressing, but I want to highlight that we're at a moment where there is action on the African continent on AI. 3 billion in investment perhaps this year, but we know that there is ambition to do much, much more. We've seen the number of African languages covered by LLMs double this year, but we know that's still only 5% and the ambition has to be 100%. So what Africa does have that I believe no other continent has is a generation of visionary, technically competent, digitally native leaders who are blazing a path forward. So in this session, we are going to be hearing from some of those leaders about how they are converting that action, that ambition to action in very concrete and specific ways. Our panel is titled Shared Mandate, Shared Futures, Forging AI's Future AI Sovereignty. So I want to introduce our panelists today and have them come take a seat. For the sake of time, please hold your applause until I've introduced our panelists. His Excellency George Apare Ado, Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment from Ghana. Welcome, Minister. Right there would be terrific. Mr. Antoine Sabera, CEO of the Rwanda Information Society Authority. Welcome. And Dr. Ajala, National Director of the National Center for AI and Robotics from Nigeria. And I believe that's our panel, confirming yes. So welcome.
Thank you.
So, to start off, our panel is about sovereignty, but it also speaks of a shared future. So sovereignty, I think, may be more on AI, may be more complicated than we expect. So I want to ask you, as a lightning round, what does sovereignty in AI mean for you and for your country? For a quick intervention, starting with you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. For me, when you speak about sovereignty, it means how do we empower Africans? How do we co-create? How do we own that space of AI where we don't have to depend on data or cloud services from the West, but what Africa owns itself, what our priorities are, what our values are, AI that is built based purely on that. And how do we empower young Africans to be able to seize that space, to be able to co-generate, co-create, and then be able to develop systems that reflects the African. So we don't have to always rely on others for information. For instance, there are times you pick any of the AI tools and you feed it with information, or you ask for a research, sometimes even maps, and then it gives you a map that doesn't reflect, because maybe you know the Ghana map already. And then you're asking AI to help you generate a Ghana map. The Ghana map that is going to give to you is not one that reflects Ghana. It's a map of another country. But that is what it's been fed because it's machine learning. So how do Africa seize that opportunity to be able to own that space, create things that it supports its beliefs, systems, its priorities, and also empower young Africans to be able to take advantage of that space?
Terrific. Mr. Sabera.
Thank you very much. For us, it means actually being responsible and take full ownership in defining our future as far as AI is concerned. It's not a matter of using the clouds in country or having it from elsewhere, but really we becoming the actor of our own future, because we can't delegate AI to other countries to define it for us, to align it to our priorities and our values, but it's definitely our responsibilities. We missed a couple of trends. When you look at the traditional internet, there's no content in our own languages, it's Wikipedia and the rest. So for AI, we need to put it into our context and align it with our priorities and do it intentionally.
Thank you. Dr. Ajala.
Yeah, thank you. I think we should recognize the effort of AU first and designing something for Africa to work on. And that's why we can begin to talk about sovereignty. Now, in our context in Nigeria, we're looking at sovereignty as building indigenous capacity to develop, deploy, and govern. So the entire cycle to develop, deploy, and even govern, taking into reality our context, as we've said, from Ghana, Rwanda, to Nigeria, Kenya, all around, and our values, our languages, into context. Also, we don't end up as a user, but also as a producer globally.
I'm hearing consistent themes that it's not about isolation, but about agency, about capacity, and about ownership. So to transition to specifics, earlier this year, we saw the African Declaration on AI. I would love to hear from each of you about practically what's happening in your countries and what are your plans for implementing the ambition contained in that declaration. And Minister Apareadado, I'd love to hear from you, and I'm particularly interested in your answer because you, as Minister of Youth Empowerment, are crafting the first generation of AI native people.
The declaration, I believe, was passed somewhere in April 2025 in Kigali, if I'm not mistaken. But before then, Ghana had already put in place an AI strategy way back in 2023 that clearly tells you how serious we see what AI does and what AI stands for. As Minister for Youth Development, what I am doing is His Excellency the President of Ghana is not treating AI as a standalone. We see it as an enabler that is supposed to support all the whole ecosystem. Ever since he assumed office, he himself as president has had the opportunity of getting UNDP to organize an AI seminar for all his ministers because he wants us to inculcate AI in everything we do as a people. At the ministry, every program we are running, from our apprenticeship program, because we recognize the fact that if we don't catch up, a lot of the skills that are even relevant today will become obsolete in the near future because of AI. And so every program, every activity that we are doing as a ministry, from the National Youth Authority to the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Project or program that we are running, every program that was designed previously, we've had to remodel and redesign to inculcate the training of AI. So every skills we offer to every young person today in Ghana, you will find some concept of AI being brought in. Like I said, even at the cabinet level, His Excellency himself had the opportunity of organizing for all of us cabinet ministers, for us to appreciate, because a lot of our folks are not as useful as some of us are, but because he sees and we appreciate what AI seeks to do. But that is the truth. Just last week, let me share this. It's off record. We were at a ministerial program, Harvard, and one of our former heads of states, the issue of AI came up. And after the presentation, the first comment was, is this not going to be like Y2K? Why do we need to invest so much into AI? And this is the former head of states. But you can tell the age gap, the difference, because until we begin to reorient the older folks to appreciate what AI is doing, there is that gap difference. And so we just have to appreciate that our times and their times are not the same. And those of us who are a bit older remember what Y2K did and all the noise about Y2K and nothing happening. And so for some, the question is, do we have to invest so much in AI? And then what next? If it doesn't live up to the bill, then what happens? But if you see where the world is going, and if you appreciate what technology is doing, and if you know what the AI tools can do and what it can achieve, you can't sit aloof and do nothing about it. And that is exactly what Ghana is doing. We see AI as an enabler. We are making sure it is inculcated in every program we do, right from basic education through second cycle. We are reviewing our curriculum on second cycle education, and we are including AI in it because it is the future. Also, our people who already have skills, for instance, our auto mechanics, our handcraft workers, we are finding a way of training them. So we are running a new apprenticeship program where we are doing what we call the Prior Knowledge Certification Program to support the masters already with AI skills, so then they can also impact that knowledge. But if we don't do so, in 4 years, in 5 years, their skills become obsolete, and then they come and join or they come onto the market as unemployed people because technology is likely to take over their jobs. And so as minister and as minister for young people, I call myself minister for half the country Because Ghana is youthful, more than 50%, more than 60% of the population are below the 35-year bracket. And so we are doing programs and we are inculcating it in a way that it will support the revolution that is to happen. And we believe young people will lead us. So we are empowering them. We are also setting aside funds through the NEIP, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Fund. We are setting aside funds to support young Ghanaians who venture into AI businesses. And we are using chatbots. People are doing amazing things, young people. We have a group called Farmerline that is using AI to teach people who have not been to school before how to farm. And it is working, picking of seeds, weather patterns, everything. And it happens, and it's being taught in local languages. So you can't sit and say AI is not the future. We've embraced it and we are working towards it.
I love the vision of AI is the future and everybody is coming along. Mr. Sabera, I would love to hear from you. And I would venture to say that Rwanda's experience with digital public infrastructure, smart cities, and use of technology to deliver services to citizens shows us that we're not talking about Y2K. What's next?
Thank you for the question. I think in Rwanda, our efforts the last couple of months and even slightly earlier has been to have the AI strategy, and the declaration was passed in April. And now we are intensively preparing the data because AI needs good quality of data. So we passed our data sharing policy that will also govern the way we are sharing data within the government, but also with outside parties. And we're working already on the regulation and the administrative instruments to be able to share this data. And an important exercise is the cataloging. We already have some data in some form or another. Majority also needs to be digitized. They're in different set of records that we are preparing and making them ready for machine learning. Beside that, also, we are working on what are the use cases to develop and prioritizing them. What do you need to see in education? What do you need to see to enable farmers? What do you need to see to enable doctors at the village? Which are not really highly skilled or professional as a pure doctor, but the nurses you can empower with medical triage application, which we deployed. And also looking at different ways to support the farmers' access to justice and government efficiency as well. So the intersection with DPI is really on the data sharing layer and quality of data, essentially by being able to identify citizen uniquely, why we are introducing the digital ID that will empower us to have better quality of data downstream. The data sharing platform that will be there, including also all the data protection and privacy that has to be respected. So it's on that front that we are preparing for AI, and of course, similar investment in capacity building and education for people who will build these technologies, but other people as well, policymakers as well, where we plan to train all the parliamentarians, the cabinet, and extensively all government officers who are not engineers to build IT, but to understand about the potential to contribute also to the use case and availing the data that is much needed.
Thank you. Dr. Ajala.
Yeah, thanks. We'll look at it from, let's look at the 5 thematic areas of the declarations, both the AU and the Rwanda declaration. First of all, Nigeria were part of both declarations. We jointly review, we participated in Rwanda declaration, even working together on it in Morocco. So we've been part of it. But when you flip it up, it's just more like the other side of our own national AI strategy. So when you look at it, harnessing AI benefits, building AI capacities, minimizing risk, stimulating investment, and fostering corporations. These evolve around even more the thematic areas of our national AI strategy. Now, if you look at it from the area of harnessing AI benefit, just like the way the declaration is, from our own national AI strategy, we've identified some specific sectors, such as agriculture, education, healthcare, sustainability, governance, security. And we've started building solutions. We're nudging, we're investing in research in areas in this area. So if you move away from that and you move into building AI capacities, Nigeria basically is running what we would call the largest AI accelerators, 3 million technical talent. 5% of that is basically for machine learning and artificial intelligence. Besides other cloud computing or supporting that you go around it. Then when you go into area of minimizing risk, let me match that because of time with international corporations. If you see, Nigeria has been part of the countries that signed the Bletchley Declaration, AI Safety Summit, with near in Seoul Summit declarations, then the AI Paris Summit. So in terms of minimizing, then when you look at the blend of what we've taken, between taking the extreme American laissez-faire approach to regulation or safety and the European approach, that we've decided to stay in the middle, which we want to make it a risk-based without stevening innovations, but also protecting our citizens. Then when you look at it, let me look at it about stimulating investment. Nigerian approach has been more of public-private partnership. You can see investment because when you're talking about AI, you talk about connectivity. It's key part of it, data. So we've taken approaches, and that's why we could see we're bringing government and public sectors together. So we flipping from our national AI strategy, we actually have initiative activities attending to all the 5 thematic areas and the declarations.
Thank you. I know our audience would love to hear from each of you about what's working concretely and where you're running into challenges. Minister Apareado spoke about the challenges of leaders who are perhaps not AI ready. And I hope I fall on the right side of that line myself. But there are other challenges as well. There's integration across government. We heard about the process of identifying use cases in Rwanda and Nigeria. So I would love to hear if you want, what challenges are you seeing, and maybe around this particular challenge of working across government and of identifying high value use cases. What are you seeing? Minister, let's start with you.
So before you look at the challenges, let's look at the positives. I believe Ghana is looking at AI from a very more positive perspective. The good news is we have a leader who believes in it. And so he's been able to align almost all the ministries. And like I said, he got a UNDP to come and run a 3-day in-house capacity building program for all his cabinet ministers. For me, I think that is a plus. If the leader himself believes in it, and so he's rallying everybody along. Also, because it's not a standalone thing. It has to be collaborated. And so you have all ministries collaborating. So for instance, I am only to provide the manpower to drive the AI sector by training our young people. And so we've launched the program 1 Million Coders, where we are training 1 million young people in various ICT disciplines with AI, machine learning, and what have you as key components. This tells you clearly that we are heading towards somewhere. The Ministry of Communications is responsible for providing the needed infrastructure to make sure that there's 1 million young people that are being trained, the infrastructure will be there. The Ministry of Education is taking it all the way through STEM education at the basic level, at the second cycle level. So there is that effective collaboration. Even our fisheries ministries is leveraging on the communications ministry to use AI in tracking trawlers that go on the high seas and what have you. And so there is that effective collaboration. But like you said, there are always challenges. The first is what I started by saying, that's communication or that age gap where the older folks still are a bit more reluctant. Luckily, we have a president that is lining everybody and is making sure everybody is aligned. The other issue is sourcing for data. Because currently, Africa has not been able to train or develop its data to be able to get the requisite information that it requires. So we still depend on data from the West and other jurisdictions. That is a problem. And I believe one of the things Africa must unite in solving is how do we collaborate to build a data stock that we can leverage on. Then the other, which I've always said, is the issue of financial resources and commitment, whether we are ready to commit the amount of resources needed to be able to enable AI to become what we are seeking. If we're able to do this, I believe strongly Africa and Ghana will position itself well. The good news is that young people on their own are doing wonderful things. And we have, for instance, we've set up a framework through the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program where we've set up funding. And a few of the young companies or young Ghanaians that have gone through some of these incubator programs have come up with amazing AI solutions that is helping in healthcare, in agriculture, in transportation. And these things were done through government funding, through incubators that government funds through the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. And so this gives you hope. And this tells you that something positive is happening. But aside that, we'll definitely have some negatives and some challenges, which I've spoken to.
Terrific. Mr. Sabera, and I know you must leave in a couple of minutes.
Yes.
So the floor is yours until you need to leave.
And the Honorable Minister sort of covered a lot of challenges that we share similarly. But if I have to mention the major one that I've been struggling with for the last 2 years is to convince the hyperscaler to invest on the continent. As we speak, they only target maybe South Africa, and the rest of the countries, they have not yet put the investment that is required. And to me, they look at AI in really, huge type of data centers, which might not necessarily be needed for us to train a very large language model, which are already trained here. So the conversation with them has been, can we do the right sizing of the infrastructure that we need on the continent, having hybrid type of configuration that we can consider, having proximity. So the conversation is still going on. I don't know if colleagues here have managed to invest them to put this infrastructure on the continent. We think we are ready as a continent. And we don't need hyper sophisticated 50,000 GPUs, because even the data that you need to train them, you might not find it. The internet where they collect this data is primarily in English. So that has been a major challenge for us. And as we continue to progress, we're looking at mid-size type of compute infrastructure that we can put in place on the continent, looking at cross-border data sharing between our countries in a way we can build data centers and have bilateral or multilateral type of agreements to exchange information, one being a main site, one being a backup site. Then we can reduce the barrier to investment. Talents also, but as the minister said, they are really young kids who are doing amazing things. What they're asking us is give us access to data and find a solution for us to use, some computing power to deliver. And I think essentially we'll look at infrastructure for inference, a couple of open source models that you can train and fine tune, adjust them to agriculture, adjust them to health, which we can leverage on, and not necessarily investing or looking at really huge type of data center to be in place on the continent. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. A quick follow-up, if I may. What's the role of continental cooperation in this?
I think first we need to harmonize our data protection laws and regulation. Not all countries have them. Those who have them are pretty customized to the context of each country. So if we are to leverage on data, we need to harmonize on that. How do we tackle issue of data protection and privacy at a continental level? If I have to host my data in Ghana or in Nigeria, how do we harmonize on the legal framework to enable this and actually create some kind of predictability? Is something that we need to put in place. And two, electricity is a big challenge. We are still struggling to power the homes, and now the data center are coming, and globally they are, going to consume all the way up to 8 to 10% of the power that we are generating. How are we going to generate this power for the compute capacity on the continent, and how can we do this with almost a zero impact on our planet in terms of carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we're at 11 o'clock. I hope that the rest of the panel can stay, but I know that some of us may need to leave. We thank you for joining us. A round of applause for CEO Sabera. And a round of applause for Dr. Ajala and the Honorable Minister for staying with us. Dr. Ajala, what's working and what challenges are you seeing?
We have a consensus here. I think the three represented countries here, we have a consensus. But from our side, we look at it from the entire AI ecosystem. But we are not saying we're trying to change the challenges to opportunities. And when I say the AI ecosystem, which even the Honorable Minister has spoken to, the data, the algorithm, the people, and the infrastructure. All these are which they've spoken to. But when you look at it, in terms of data, which is the foundation, Africa, they say, we have this data, they're just in silos. We pass our home histories, most in some instances, orally. They're still there. We just need to listen and capture this data. So we need to capture and digitalize them. But when you look at this, as Africans, we still have control over them. Ghana can have initiative. We can say, okay, this is what we want to do. In the case in Nigeria, as I'm talking to you, we have 3 agencies that we are digitalizing 100% of their records from inception going on. And those ones that are not confidential will be made open. So there are reports, they have been written about this. The only thing you see is only when you go to their website. It does not capture 1% of what is happening in those agencies. So we have control over that, but it's a challenge. But we now see as opportunities, even for us Africans. They build these models with little of global South information. Is an opportunity for us to enrich the models. When you move to algorithm, for now, that is not even a problem. As the technology is advancing, you find that I can build a solution in 5-10 minutes. What will have taken me 5 weeks with 10 people before? It's just to keep on working on it. So algorithm, there's hardly anything you want to build that you cannot in any way find something else. So algorithm is not a problem. Then when you now come to the human part of it, and that's the capacity development, you will see the statistic that is telling us Africa is basically insignificant. You look at AI compute skills, but we have control over it. Ghana is training. We in Nigeria, we're coming up with our 3 million technical talent. We have specific, we're moving from entry level to mid-level AI engineers, AI developers. We have control over that. The elephant in the room is the infrastructure. And in such a way, and when we speak about infrastructure also, we just don't want to leave it to compute. Electricity is one of them. Connectivity is one of them. And we have spoken about what we are doing, about 90,000 kilometers, to make sure we have backbone covering everywhere in Nigeria. We're talking about 774 towers, even the underserved areas. So connectivity will take time. We're working towards that. Then when you look at power, you find out that this power we're talking of, maybe what Microsoft is planning to build in Ireland or what is being done in Arizona can solve the entire needs of Africa. But so, and when you talk about we have energy to harness in Africa, if you talk of Nigeria, short wave, we have liquefied natural gas. We're flaring, solar. So, but there are challenges there, but there are things we could do. But the major one that even if we have all the resources, we cannot control is the compute. Even if Africa will come together, the NVIDIA chipset is either coming from US or it's coming from China. There are restrictions on this. So even if we come back together, we could not be able to do that. And the opportunity we are doing now is to, while we are working towards that, we've got, like if you look at the foundation, Gates Foundation scaling up, we just signed recently. 2.5 million is to allow us to get like 50 GPUs. to enable Nigerians that are building solutions to go on with inferencing. There are other approaches we're doing. MTN, Airtel, all of them are they are building. So there are those approaches, but when it comes, our approach now is to move away from scaling to actually looking at the algorithm itself. And that is where you see we start moving from how we can quantize large language model to small language model, do parameter efficient tuning that can take care of what we want to do. And that is part of the reason why we were able to successfully launch our own local LLM. Make sure we overcome that challenge. So infrastructure, data, all of them, but we're looking at it as opportunities also.
Great, thank you. The practicality and the technical clarity of the vision across all three countries is striking. Minister, I want to touch on something that I know is dear to your portfolio and core to your portfolio, which is women and girls, and ensuring that there is not a gender gap in AI, in the benefits of AI and the usage of AI, and AI safety. How are you thinking about that?
Thank you. For a country like Ghana, we've been on this affirmative action path for some time now. We have a bill, we have a law for affirmative action, and so it's something that successive governments have followed through. At the last check, at our tertiary levels, women or females are now more than men in our universities, and that is encouraging. Over the years, even before my government assumed office, the previous government have started a program of training a lot more women in ICT. And so that program has been ongoing for the last 2 years. We are continuing with it. We are not stopping because we believe that it is a way of also empowering the woman or the girl child to be able to take advantage of the modern trends. There is also the JIC competition for females, which has been ongoing and we are supporting. Under my ministry, every program we are running, being it the apprenticeship program, being it the Greeks program, being it the Ejumera program, we have made an allocation for females. A minimum of 40% of beneficiaries, minimum, should be females. Because we believe strongly that our strengths are not the same or the strengths have not been the same. And over the years, women have been marginalized. And so we must be a bit more deliberate and intentional if we want them to get there. Every leadership program we run under the National Youth Authority, we are targeting female to make sure they dominate. And so we believe strongly that with the kind of interventions we are doing, we'll be able to support and then push more female up to be able to position themselves. Under the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, they have also set aside funding. His Excellency gave us about 100 million for our Ejumera program. Out of that, we've allocated about 30 or 40 million or so to support female entrepreneurs that go into ICT business, things that has got to do with ICT. So clearly, these are things we are doing as a ministry to support the empowerment of females or women so they are not left behind.
Terrific. Thank you. I want to go ahead and close our panel with a lightning round wildcard question. So as you look to 2030, what's a milestone or two that would convince you that AI is achieving, that Africa is achieving AI sovereignty? Dr. Ahala, let's go to you and then close with the Honorable Minister.
We'll be looking, okay, from what we've declared. In 2030, we will not want a case whereby Africa is just users. We will want a case where we have models that can speak our own language, understand our context. If I ask you how far is a measure of distance in English, but in Nigeria is how are you doing? So in 2030, we will be looking at models that can understand our context, models that can understand our values. There's nothing wrong in people's values, but our own values. In terms of employment, we be looking to be a supplier of skills. Because as we've said, Africa is youthful. And the skill set you need is for us to enable. And that is what we're doing now. In terms of partnership also, I will be looking at something African-wise, as the minister said. We should be able to have a kind of data interoperability in Africa. And Rwanda said, in terms of data protection, 75% of African countries are actually following the EU GDPR, which makes it very easy. The only thing remaining is classification. What do you want to classify as this or that? And data exchange within Africa. When that is done, we should also be able to have a kind of our own, something like upper scale. What EU is doing now. EU is building 5 gigafactories. In 2030, I should be hoping that Africa should be able to have 1 gigafactory, which can serve us, which we can have edge computing in across the regions.
Thank you.
My expectations are not any different from what my brother from Nigeria shared with us. Because like I started by saying, the future is Africa, whether we like it or yes. Because the future lies with us. The other worlds are aging. And we have a much more younger population to supply labor to the world. And so the world must begin to look at Africa as an investment destination, not as an alternative, but a place where they can rely on and leverage on to drive innovation. My vision by 2030, what I foresee is that Africa should have at least one model data center that stands for Africa, speaks for Africa, and supports Africa. One data center that Africa can leverage on, that the world can come to. And like he said, how far in Nigeria means what? How are you? We should be able to develop models that speaks our language, that says or that stands for our priorities, our belief systems, because our worldviews are different. And so the African worldview must be represented in that content that is going to be created. It must speak to us. It must reflect us, and it must be for us. The world must begin to look at Africa again, because whether we like it or yes, Africa is the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, would you have time for 2 quick questions from the audience? Great. So I will take 2 questions. I will say, I will be listening for a question to start off. And please be brief.
Okay.
We'll take a couple and then allow the gentleman to speak. Magdi.
Yes, thank you. Great panel. In order to get the critical mass to attract hyperscalers, one model being considered is a data embassy model where multiple countries can come together, keep their sovereignty and their laws in place, but the data is aggregated in regional data centers. Is that a viable way, and would you be willing to host your data in a neighboring country in order to attract AI faster than everybody trying to do themselves and being below critical mass?
I love that question. Let's take one more, perhaps from the back. The young lady in the back. Okay.
My question was, given the reality right now of how big tech companies are exploiting a lot of African labor and data, how should we think about different African countries' relation to big tech as we're trying to build infrastructure at home? Is this something where we're going to be more hostile towards different big tech or international companies, or something where we're going to have a lot of collaboration between what's happening in Africa and what's happening abroad?
Great. Honorable Minister, Dr. Ajala, we have 2 questions, one about the data embassy model and the other about exploitation. Minister?
So Doctor here is more of a technical person, so I'll leave the technicalities to him. But from a common person's perspective, what do we lose if we collaborate? What do we lose? We have, for instance, in West Africa, we have ECOWAS. Our African Development Bank sits in La Côte d'Ivoire. So what do we lose if our data center sits in Kigali or Lagos? We must be able to see ourselves. We must be able to break those barriers down and work to collaborate. It is our strength is in our numbers. And if we collaborate effectively, the world will have to come to us. And so I don't see anything wrong. I'll leave the technical aspect to Dr. here. About the issue of whether we are going to be hostile towards the big organizers. We cannot be hostile because we need them. As much as they need us, we also need them. They have the funding, they have the technology, and so we must leverage on what they have to be able to develop what we have. And so I don't see how we are going to be hostile towards any investor who is coming in. But what we must do is to protect and make sure our laws are properly respected. Because a lot of times, our labor is exploited because they think labor in Africa is cheap, and so they come in and don't pay realistic wages. That is what our governments must stand up against. So that if you are taking labor from Africa, if you are paying somebody from America $10 and the African is going to do a similar job or even better than what the American is doing, then you must be willing to pay him realistic wages. And that, I believe, we must stand for that. But we should not and we cannot be hostile towards investment into Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll quickly attend to. What we're actually doing is data embassy is actually the Nigerian approach. And I take a case because when we had this discussion, we were at the World Bank GovTech, maybe 3-4 months ago. And you find out that Estonia, when you talk about how small it is doing so much in terms of e-governance, digital public infrastructure. But they are able to implement that embassy and there are a lot of attacks, if you know where Estonia is located. There was an instance there are 2 million attacks in a day. But with that embassy, with a data center in Luxembourg, it does not take how many seconds to run back together. So there's no problem if I have the main data center in Nigeria and I have the backup in Senegal and the second one, you understand, somewhere, another place, somewhere there. It even protects us. It's cheaper for us. As the Honorable Minister said, it's the protocol that we need, and this is where AU comes in. Because if it's an embassy, if I'm able to run to Nigeria embassy here, I'm safe, whatever is happening. You understand? So why the same way where we have like in Nigeria, we have what we call national share infrastructure, where even as a private company, you can go there, your data is safe. You have your server, you have your rack. So it doesn't matter for us having a mega factory where Ghana can have, this rack is for me and it's protected. So it's the approach we're actually looking, and that is why Nigeria is working on what we call the Egbin Data Park. We have 7-8 submarine landing in Nigeria, which makes it an hub for the entire West Africa. So when you talk about even resilience, if there's a cut or anywhere we can easily switch, it's better for us in West African region to basically work together. When we have a data center, we have a backup somewhere. So it's actually our approach. So now about that, when I hear people talking about the approach to hostility, sovereignty, they're not mutually exclusive. What people don't understand is, for us now in Nigeria, we are stopping nobody from using AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, NVIDIA Cloud. It's only when it comes to sovereign national data set, which in US is key. We're talking about TikTok now. It comes down to privacy and national security. In EU we exchange data with America, but you only access, you cannot host it outside certain data set. So when it comes to Africa, and we begin to talk about this, 75% startups are building solutions. They're having this solution on AWS. But when it comes to that sovereign national data set, and that is where individual classification will come in, we believe we should be able, if we have an agreement within Africa, we can say, okay, let it be in Cote d'Ivoire. You understand, if you're scared Nigeria is this, but you know for scaling our Nigeria, we say, let's do something there. So it's not mutually exclusive. We are actually combining those ones that are not of national sovereignty. You are free to. So I don't know if I've spoken to your point.
Thank you very much. So This has been an extraordinary panel filled with both vision, a vision informed by both agency for Africa and collaboration across the continent. It has also been very practical. We've heard about specific models, specific investments that will get us there. So I want to thank Kala, I want to thank Generation Unlimited, and especially I want to thank our panelists. A round of applause for the Honorable Minister and Dr. Jala.
He's the Minister for Youth for Ghana. He's the
Thank you so much. Do we need to take 2 minutes to stand and like stretch a little bit, or are we feeling student stretched? Okay, let's stand and stretch a bit. Let's actually give a standing round of ovation to each of us for being here right now, given that we're all standing. And then we will be having the next panel, and we'll let the men take the picture, yes. Amazing. So there's coffee and snacks for anyone that's still hungry. And I'm not going to make you guys play a game, so we can sit down, we can grab coffee, and we're going to get started. Nice to see a couple of new faces here. I am going to introduce the next panel, which is the youth panel. But I will be letting Dr. Nadi. Yes. Okay, here we go. People are excited about the ministers. I can understand that. Okay. I'm going to give them 1 minute. Okay, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you surely want to show it, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Did you guys sing that song when you were kids? Okay, so I think we have most people settled in. Or not so much. We're going to get started because the sooner we start, do the people at the back want to come and support us here at the front so we can have a full room? They do, yeah? Amazing. Sorry? Yeah. I'll just start. So I'm going to start calling the panelists for the next panel. I will start by introducing the moderator, the Deputy Director, UNICEF Generation Unlimited. Thanks for having us here. She's also the Global Lead on Partnerships, and she will be announcing her panel so we can get started. Welcome.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. This is the youth panel, so I think it would be wise for people to stay and listen to what our young people have to say. This is the most important constituency and demographic of the African continent. I think even the ministers were bragging about that demographic. Let me call to their seats the panel members. First, we have Mariam Bello, who is a member of the Generation Unlimited Young People's Action Team, and an incredible young lady who has innovated a number of initiatives using AI to actually address the issue of women's health. And then we have Joshua Opey, who is the chairman of the Youth Council of the Commonwealth Youth Council. Can you imagine how many young people he's representing through the Commonwealth platform? Guess. 1.5 billion young people. That's who he stands for as he sits there. Let me also call to the podium Honorable Karen. If I misspell your name, please don't kill me, misread your name. Agengo. Yeah. And she's the Principal Secretary, the State Department of Child Welfare Services, Ministry of Gender, Culture and Child Services from Kenya. And Mr. Wanabisi, his second name needs me to click with my tongue and I can't do that, so I'll just say Keki. He's from Lesotho. He's an AI youth empowerment advocate, a member of Mutoto News. And then Mr. Amin Idris Odum, who's the Director of Infrastructure, Industrialization, Trade and Regional Integration from NEPAD, the African Union Development Agency. So this is the first full panel. Yeah. Yeah, so really exciting to have this opportunity. I think it's intergenerational. An intergenerational platform. I mean, so you and I both, don't worry. You're not alone. But I really want to start with a quick question to the young people, to Mariam, to Joshua, and to Mwanabisi. If you could design an AI tool with your friends, let's picture that, to fix one real problem in your community today, what would you build and why would you build it? We'll start with the lady, Mariam.
I didn't want to be put on the spot, but okay. Thank you so much for the question. And it's really wonderful to be here and representing the voices of youth. So we have a lot of challenges as youth and as Africans and as humans as well. But if I were to build a tool, an AI tool to solve a problem that is affecting young people today, I'll build a tool that has to do with finance. Especially the reason why I want to build a tool that has to do with finance. When I talk about finance, I'm talking about building a tool that enables young people to access funding, direct funding, pooled funding, larger amounts of funding for African founders. And the reason why is because I believe that entrepreneurship is the future for Africa. However, when you look at the funding gap for African founders, it is really huge. I think in 2023, African founders raised around, when we're talking about venture capital funding, they raised around $2 billion in total, 2023, while we have startups in other continents raising around 150, 200 billion in venture capital funding. And then when we're talking about grants and donor funding and development funding, there is still a huge gap for African founders, which tickets around 5 to 50K, and it is not enough to scale solutions. And when we're talking about anything that has to do with youth, it's always about the problems that we're experiencing and how we can improve the future. So it's always about problem solving. but then we don't have enough funding to scale. Imagine someone running a healthcare initiative that doesn't have access or is receiving $20,000 Before you buy a tool for your hospital or something, it's finished. So there's no way to scale solutions that are really needed. So I would build a tool that has to do with financing youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, this is exciting. I think I love it when you say the future of Africa probably is in entrepreneurship. We know that 12 million young Africans come into the job market on an annual basis, and there are only 3 million jobs that are created. So entrepreneurship would be that opportunity to create jobs for other young people. Wanabisi, same question to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Munwabisi Eki.
There you go.
I'm a representative from Toto News International Organization from Kenya, but I'm all the way down there in Lesotho, the coldest country in Africa. I think part of my thing, I'm a neuroscience major, so I want to pursue a career in neuroscience. And I think one big field that is left untapped in Africa, everywhere, to be honest, is the neural engineering field. We do not have a lot of understanding on neuroscience issues, on mental health issues in our country. And a lot of children, through the research that has been made also by Mtoto News, they show that they want to access AI to get mental health resources, to know how they can be able to take care of their health as well. One comment that I saw was, if you talk to AI, instead of saying you have flu, it will say you have cancer, which is very dangerous. So I think something that is really culturally sensitive to Africans is something that we can talk about. So probably something that will collide with the pharmacology and pharmacy industry, to be able to develop AI-driven solutions that can be able to maybe replace therapy, because in Africa, who knows about therapy? We don't want therapy, but we want to let them to know about therapy, right? We want people to talk about it and not see it as airing their dirty laundry for everyone to see, but actually to be able to detect the issues before they even come. Lesotho has the highest suicide cases rates in the world, and it's probably 2.3 million people. So you see that there is a big gap, and there's no research that is being done on those things. So if they could have artificial intelligence come and bridge that gap in detecting some of these issues, how we can be able to resolve those issues and look into the brains of people and see how we can disconnect some things that are going wrong in their brains, is something that's really helpful, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's also something that the minister spoke about. See, those who have left are missing. See how smart our young people are. Joshua, let me move quickly to you, because I think we're also running against time.
Yes, I think listening to the great ideas that are coming through and having sat in the conversations that have been ongoing, I think one thing has been clear, that young people across the African continent are well resourced. They are people who can actually create solutions. But then listening to the conversations, ministers continue to reiterate Africa's problem. We are having youthful, like the boom. We're having like a youth boom. You have more numbers of young people. And then we're actually always talking about, we need something to be created. We need a particular state, because there has been a vision of AI. People want data centers. People want the AI solutions that are tailor-made for the African context. But then you ask yourself, who is supposed to create these things? It's supposed to be some particular people creating these things. And that's where young people have to come in. And so if you ask me about a platform, I think the kind of platform I'll create is a platform that mobilizes young people across Africa. Then this platform leverages on these kind of young people and then provides them as some kind of high-end solution providers, who then would actually be able to help whichever government, whichever organization is looking out for a particular solution. These young people would then be readily available to help these kind of organizations and partners deliver them. Because if we are talking about whatever vision that we are actually looking at, these visions should be created by young Africans. And whatever solutions that we think about, it shouldn't be solutions that, if you want an AI system that would actually be driven to or that would be tailor-made for the context, that system must be created by the people. It must be created by young Africans and not imported in. So I think if we have a platform like that, that is able to leverage on this kind of great ideas that are coming out and provides young people as high-end resources to produce these kind of solutions, then I think we can be moving towards the Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Evidently, we have to figure out how we're going to work and support our young people so that you can, actualize these amazing ideas. Karen, many young women face a lot of challenges. They lack mentorship. They lack the necessary resources and tools that can help them to also start AI projects or AI businesses, etc. From your experience where you sit and your interaction with women, what's one creative way you think we can implement to actually overcome these barriers?
Thank you.
No.
Thank you for that very important question. First, I just want to highlight about Kenyan population, about 30% are youth. And so this is a population that really the country is paying attention to because they are the future. And if I add the percentage of children, then we're talking about 70% of our population consists of children and youth. And given that women and girls also play a big role, one of the things that can be done, we already have what you're calling the AI strategy in Kenya. And the AI strategy is focusing on using innovation as a solution for our economic and social development. And so for the women and the girls, as a country, there's a lot of need for supporting them in terms of mentorship and empowering this group of population to be able to drive our economy. And so I can say the strategy is one of the key things that is giving support for even inclusivity for the girls and the women. We already have a very robust law which provides for empowerment of both women and girls. And so riding on this, we can use this to give opportunity for the girls and the women to explore, especially on matters AI.
Thank you very much, Karen. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I also love the question you asked her. And when it comes, you talked about, just rephrasing to ensure I'm getting the question right, what we can do to get more girls that are already experiencing challenges with mentorship, accessing opportunities and funding. So it goes two ways. It's from the perspective of the girl that cannot access this opportunity, the AI opportunities, the mentorship, and especially when they're starting out. And then it also has to do with the perspective of the funding that is involved. So there are a lot of opportunities out there, but when you look at the African context, there's no central system where any young girl can go, or even a youth can go access an opportunity, especially if it's related to AI. Therefore, in my own opinion, I think it would be very good to have a system where like especially an AI system, because AI helps with automation, makes things really seamless and fast. A system where if I have a profile and I come and I'm using the system, it directs me to every single opportunity that has to do with my expertise. For example, if I have expertise in climate and tech and I'm doing something in AI, there should be a system that just directs me to every single opportunity that exists, whether it's research, whether it's training, whether it's opportunities. Yeah. And then from the perspective of funding, which is actually really key to every young person that's trying to building, when we're talking about building, we're talking about entrepreneurship, we're talking about founders. When we're talking of that, from that perspective, the funding, like I mentioned earlier, Africans don't get a lot of funding. And from my research, the challenge is there's lack of trust from the donor, or more of like the investors, and there's no transparent system that makes it easy for these people to see that, okay, this is where my money is going into, and these people are scaling by this speed. So there should be a system that helps from the funding aspect, monitor and track
what these young people are doing, that creates transparency, that creates trust, and that makes it easy for young females to get investments, young vetted females. So yeah.
Thank you very much. And I think Karen also spoke of the policy environment, et cetera, and how that's important. So that brings me to you, Amin. What do you think, what concrete policies do you think governments can introduce to ensure that AI education and entrepreneurship programs specifically reach young women, specifically reach underserved populations, and communities?
Thank you very much. Actually, there are maybe several kind of responses. There are the classic responses that say, let's actually develop specific policies here and there and do that. But I think we've been discussing for the last 3-4 years about how we're going to make AI part of our reality in Africa, how we are going to utilize AI in health, in fighting climate change, in improving our businesses. But we haven't seen actually much really happening on the ground. And African Union have even developed the Africa AI strategy, which is meant to be domesticated by our member states, but you don't really see much once again happening. And there is a fundamental reason actually behind, I would say, this lack of penetration of the policy itself. First, because most of those policies, unfortunately, they are kind of top-down copy-paste from what the EU was doing, what the US was doing. And I remember I had actually a couple of conversations with EU officials or with US officials, and each of them was saying, no, come and copy from us rather than actually do yours, because ours is probably much more open. It was kind of joke, but I took it like half joke actually, because the reality is that we did not spend enough time to reflect ourselves and to define really what we need. And the best way actually to define the policy is the bottom-up approach, rather than actually sitting in Addis Ababa or Nairobi or Paris or New York and talking about what kind of policy we need actually for our continent in terms of AI. It will be good really at the country level for the countries actually to really have a proper conversation. You know, let's take the case of Kenya, from the counties to the provinces, you know, and then moving up, you know, from local communities, then we'll tell you exactly what they want to see. And not necessarily in terms of AI, but what kind of change in their living conditions they want to see, and how then AI can actually basically help to provide this change. So put targets in terms of improving livelihood and living conditions, and then utilize AI as a mean actually to get in there. And that's one thing that we really definitely miss when it comes to develop AI policies in our continent. That's number one. Number two, one of the big challenges as well we have is that we have this tendency of integrating AI in our education system policies as a mean, as a tool actually to just help people's students to move. But we are not actually really integrating AI as a curriculum. We are not trying to master the science behind that, the algorithm behind that, the mathematics behind that, the structures behind that. So the number of engineers we are actually forming in this continent, it comes to, I think one of the speakers is a neuroscientist, right?
Yeah.
You know, for instance, I think it's just ridiculous. We don't do that. We need neuroscientists, basically. We need people specializing in linguistics. We need actually more mathematicians. We need actually more engineers in electrical science, you know, in mechanical science, in anything that actually could really help us stepping up our game and master the science behind, I would say, artificial intelligence. This one, we are not doing that enough. And we keep actually focusing on, well, how can we make sure that youth and girls would master AI for their day-to-day business? In fact, by doing so, we may end up in a situation that I can easily compare. I know maybe there is no really comparison, but with the automotive industry. Look at what's happening around the world today. Everyone, where in Latin America or in Asia, in Europe, somehow masters the technology of making cars. we are the only ones who are not actually making cars, basically. Or when we make car, we do just assemble them. And what do we end up actually with a kind of car in Africa? They are all used cars. In fact, 90% of the cars that we use in Africa are already used car elsewhere. So we may end up in few years with the direction we are taking, just actually having to deal with already utilized proven technologies that are already outdated and that will be imported in our continent. Why? Because we did not have invested enough actually in terms of mastering the science, behind that and fabricating enough engineers. And that's actually the fight that we should focus on.
Okay. Yeah. You want to add to that?
I wanted to briefly, I think he has literally said a lot, but I wanted to add just one thing. I think in terms of like marginalized communities and this conversation, I think even when you talk about like internet in itself and digital revolution in itself, almost the whole Africa is like marginalized, because you are talking about a continent that has like, we are struggling to even reach like 40% internet penetration, and AI and all the digital things we are talking about don't happen. They don't happen offline.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of times, most of the governments are quick to go into the AI conversation, and it becomes like a showboating kind of activity, because practically the people don't even have access to the internet in the first place. I think in practical terms, the kind of policies that we need and the kind of action we need on the grounds is government to invest in infrastructure that basically opens up access. So if we are talking about how we have like our public library systems, can we have public spaces where young people could just walk in and learn AI skills? I think that's what we need to do. So if I go to any country at all, I could just walk into a particular space where like you have computers set up, which have like access to internet, which young people could just walk in. I think it reduces a lot of the barriers to it. And I think if we are talking about practicality of getting people really to acquire AI skills or leverage AI, we want to see our government doing some of these things. Thank you.
Yeah,
I think you are absolutely right, because basically what is missing today in Africa is really infrastructures, not road infrastructures. I'm the director of infrastructures at the African Union Development Agency, so I know the number of roads we have, the length of actually rail we have, how many power generation how many actually electricity we are generating. You take the entire Africa, we are generating in terms of installed capacity is 231 gigawatt. This is the whole continent, which is basically Portugal, right? And I think my sister here was speaking.
I will come with another question.
Yeah, just to finish that thought, she was speaking about investment, that it's very difficult to attract investors. And she used actually the word donors. In fact, that's as well another trap in which, when it comes to infrastructures, we usually think that somebody else will come and invest into our infrastructures. That won't happen. The same thing, we definitely need actually proper data center, proper fiber, proper interconnectors. In fact, all the ICT infrastructures, to speak actually very simply, we need to have them in our continent, in each of our countries, so that we really improve, the access. That one is non-negotiable. So unless we do that, we can't actually move. And secondly, as I said, and I insist on that, we really need to build the science capability behind the AI. So you need first the infrastructures, or you need in parallel the infrastructures, and you need as well to build the science behind that. So with the two legs, you can actually master and start actually moving up.
Yeah. Thank you. But I think young people actually telling us there's a lot of opportunity, and there's a massive resource in the young people and intelligence that we do not harness. Okay. And I think there's a lot of money in Africa that we do not use wisely. Ethiopia just built the Renaissance Dam. They did not borrow a single dollar, right? So we know we can do stuff. Yesterday, I saw a trending video of somebody who used local material and replicated the Tesla, the ugly one. Is the Cybertruck in Nigeria, just using local materials. Actually, young people do know the science behind a lot of things, but we do not harness that. So it's going to bring me to my next question. And young people, I'm going to come back to you, but I need to challenge these people who are sitting in the offices and making policy. how do we harness this amazing resource that we have in our young people in Africa to contribute to these policies that you're developing, to make these policies work in the communities and in our countries, etc. I think we had a ministerial panel before, and when I listen to you, I mean, I find that a lot of people in office say we need to. When are we actually going to do it? So I'm asking you, and I'm asking Karen.
Actually, it's a very good point. It's not we need to, we are also doing so, by the way, but not at the yeah, absolutely, but not actually at the right pace and the speed. We definitely. Now, how are we going to make sure that we have young people contributing and being part of the policy, of the design of the policies? It's a very good question, but let me as well put back another challenge, because young people in Africa, in our continent, unfortunately, they are depolitizing themselves. They are not interested into politics. If you run away from politics, idiots will make the policy that you will have to, yeah, exactly. And that's actually the problem. You say idiots are in politics, so I'm not gonna go into politics. So you leave the idiots making the policies, and at the end you come to complain. So let's actually bring back young people into politics. That's the only way for young people to contribute to policy design. It's not about go and hide themselves behind NGOs, civil society. That won't help at all. That's the first thing.
I'm going to come back to you, young people, with that challenge. But Karen, first, you're the people in office.
Thank you very much. If I want to talk about Kenyan perspective, involvement of the youth in decision making. Now in Kenya, any law that we enact, we have what we call public participation. And this public participation is an opportunity for people to contribute to any legal, any issue that affects them. So before a law is enacted, the youth are involved. And I want to say for the first time, this particular year, 2025, His Excellency, the President of Kenya, made it gave the youth an opportunity by appointing a principal secretary in charge of youth affairs. This is a person who is below 30 years. And one of the things, one of the reasons for doing this is to make the youth understand that they have opportunities. And so by having a leader who is in their level gives them an opportunity to participate in policies and also matters affecting them. Now, again, I want to talk about involving the youth in the community, and in terms of AI and digital aspect of what the government is doing, we are establishing what we call Jitume labs. These are IT labs which are established in the villages, giving youth opportunity to drive innovation within the villages and in the communities, and giving them access instead of coming to the city. The Jitume labs are actually established in the village where the youth can interact both locally and with international innovators to be able to drive the economy of Kenya. So this is one way that we have done to make youth inclusive policies and also opportunities for our youth. Thank you.
Before I ask my last question, I can see, I saw the body language change among the young people. So I think each one of you wants to say something. So I'm going to give you, I'll start with Wanabisi at the end. They're ready for you.
I think this is something that is really important. One thing is that we always listen to people making promises, and at the end of the day, it's not that we don't want to be into politics. It's about the challenge and how we get into that. For example, I'm here and I'm studying. It's going to take a long time. But some people want to do these things. One thing that we do it, we think politics is just, I'm interested so I can go. But I also need the expertise to get into that. We can't be sending people who don't have expertise to be able to do things that need expertise. We're going to end up creating an Africa that is hostile, an Africa that does wants just to get donations and everything. We need to be intentional. The partnerships that we make, the investment that we make needs to be intentional. Most of the times people make investment, but when I ask you if you this bottle, I wanted to drink water, but I couldn't drink this. If I drank it to this point and ask you the level of the water in here, majority of people would say this is half empty, but they wouldn't say it is half full, because we do not understand an asset-based approach into solving the problems that are there. We need to be building, we need to see the assets and not just the problem. We need to see what is already there, what is existing. Young people, media houses like Mtoto News, Kala, they're there. I'm sorry, I pronounce it Kala because that's how we pronounce it in my language. They are there. These are the assets that we can use. And he mentioned not to do a top-down approach, but a bottom-up approach. These are the things that we need to be talking about. These are the assets that exist. These are the media houses that exist. This is Mtoto News. This is TikTok. This is YouTube. These are podcasts. How can we be able to combine them to build onto the assets and not just go in there with a mindset to fix everything? We cannot fix something that is not broken, something that we never had. We need to build onto it. And my good friend from Kenya, we don't agree on many political things, but he always says an organized minority is better than a disorganized majority. Because when we have political parties, for example, if there are 90 of them and we want to get one out, they are a minority, but because they are organized, they're going to have a lot of votes because the other people are going to spread out across the 89 different political parties and they make the minority look like the majority. So we need to look at the majority. We need to organize ourselves as young people. We need to build on the assets that are already there and stop getting liabilities. We need to stop being liabilities in our own countries. Let us just start being assets and build on whatever we already have. Yeah.
Okay. Joshua, what do you think you can do in terms of mobilizing your 1.5 billion constituency to become assets?
Yeah, I think the conversations are good, and I don't think young people are running away from politics. And that's what we've continuously been fighting for, that young people must be involved in the process. I think it depends on how we are looking at politics in itself. But we've always been having conversations. Over the years, I mean, across Africa, there has been activism. And I think we have always said that, no, now we have to move from activism to advocacy. The difference is that activism, young people have to march on the street, request for something, ask for it. But advocacy means creating the spaces where young people can engage meaningfully. So when I sit here as chairperson of the Commonwealth Youth Council, I have a mandate, not just by any kind of body, but by the heads of government of the Commonwealth, having like a mandate, and that is able to mobilize like young people across the 56 member states of the Commonwealth, come up with resolutions that are meaningfully engaged by heads of government as part of whatever resolutions that they are building up on. And when you look at the African architecture, the African Union as part of the African Youth Charter, one of the statements that government committed to was to create youth mainstreaming mechanisms. How many of our countries have the youth mainstreaming mechanisms? And who is asking them the questions? Why are you not setting up a national level youth mainstreaming mechanism? How are you engaging young people? I think those are the issues, that the platforms, some are there, and even for the ones that are there, you find different institutions trying to awaken this kind of organizations, because these kind of young people, when they are in formalized structures, are able to request that governments are accountable. They're able to request accountability from governments. The point is that sometimes governments try to run away from creating this kind of formal structures because they don't want to be held accountable. But then if you don't create the system, that is why you would see other countries where young people riot, because it gets to a point where it's a tipping point. Because young people are not running away from politics. I think we all understand that the change happens at the political level. At the policy level, I mean, you can do as much. A lot of young people are innovating, creating startups and all those things, and that is good. And I always say that policy and politics in itself is just like coming up here. Either you use the staircase or you can actually use the elevator. In terms of the policy, you use the elevator. It's fast. You get the numbers very quick. But when you start on your own, doing your own startup, pushing things and doing the heavy lifting, that is like using the staircase. So young people are interested, and we will continue to fight for spaces. And I think at the NEPAD level, at the AU and all the kind of organizations, to continue to request for government to create platforms where young people don't need to demand for things necessarily, but where young people are seen as equal partners, like the Commonwealth is actually doing, and where young people can actually engage. Because let's not mistake the fact, young people are very much interested in policy and in politics in itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Mariam, patiently waiting.
Yes. He said, young people are not running away from politics, but I have actually been running away from politics all my life. And then destiny brought me to politics.
Yeah.
So the reality is that, like for me, what even got me interested in entrepreneurship, I started when I was 14, was because I knew nobody was accountable, especially when it comes to government. And now that I'm in that field where I'm in between entrepreneurship and the policy, I also, because he talked about young people running away from politics, right? And for me, I feel like it is not just about running away. Even when we are involved, we are not involved. In the sense that it kind of feels like it's just for showcase.
Yeah.
We come and we are involved. I'm involved in a lot of advisory roles, and then I'm asked for my opinion. I mean, I write down my opinion because yes, we have to be diplomatic, but we have to give the unfiltered truth. And when I write or share my opinion, then it is edited in the language that these people want. I feel like this is the problem. So a lot of young people now that are being involved in these political advisory roles, which I feel like are at least the stepping stones, starting points when we want to involve young people into politics, it kind of feels like it's just for show because we're there, but our opinion doesn't really matter as much as it is said to matter on social media. Okay, I know it has, which is great. Yes, it is. It does not really matter as much as it is made to seem or made to look so important on social media. And this is me being honest, it is very important that if young people are involved in politics, or if you even want to retain young people that care in politics, when they talk, they should their opinion should matter. And then when we're talking about the political involvement of young people in politics, then we go for our events, right? And at the end of the day, we are not even involved in the planning process. There are conversations that we want to have, but we are made to talk about what these people want us to talk about, not necessarily what the problem really is. We want a situation where if young people are coming together, let's say we're in this room, it should be a conversation. It's about youth. It should be a conversation whereby if I have the minister, I am talking to the minister. This is the way it should be. I'm talking to the minister and I'm asking him questions and he's giving me the response. And if he's from my country, then when I go back, there should be follow-up action. But there is no system for that accountability. And I'm just being honest, there's a whole lot of public show, but it's not as effective as it should be. So this is something that we should work on, not just being on advisory roles, but being on roles where we see our impact in the long run, where we see the outcome, where we're able to hold people accountable, as Joshua has said. So
thank you very much. I think thank you for being honest and blunt. I think Amin wanted to respond to that, but I also, Karen, it would be good to hear your point because you talked about a young PS and so on. We'll start with Amin and then we'll come to you. But I think this is a rising voice among young people. We want to be a part of. How do we effectively actually engage with young people and ensure that they're not just tokens to show the rest of the world? Is a checkbox exercise. Oh, we had 3 young people in the room, or we had 3 young people on the panel, or we had 3 young people review a document, etc. But as Mariam is saying, everything is watered down. I mean, it is classic everywhere that when we're bringing a young person to a podium, first we want to teach them, this is how, when you sit there, this is how you're going to talk. These are no words. You don't say this, you don't say that. But I think Carla has given us the opportunity here together with Generation Unlimited just to be open and honest in terms of how we can actually move the agenda forward. And like I say, it's no longer about moving the needle. It's really about being transformative and taking those leaps and bounds. There's enough resources on the continent, natural and otherwise, and human as well. So how do we actually take advantage of that? And Amin with NEPAD and Karen with the Kenyan government, how can we actually effectively work with these young people?
All right, thank you very much. Actually, it is, I'm not going to respond to very legitimate, I would say, concerns and comments, but I will just share with you what I'm going to do. With this group, and then the Africa AI Village and the Generation Unlimited. As a matter of fact, before we started actually the conversation, I wrote to Michael, that's the second time I'm invited by the Africa AI Village. I think this year it was in Paris first. No, it was in February or March in Paris. And interestingly, they always put me on a panel with young people. I don't understand, you know. I never ask, but I end up always. So when I come to, I say, okay, what am I going to do today again? Because today is even better. Last time they brought me like 15 years old kids, the same age as my children, which was actually interesting because my kids are very much actually into the AI. They are programmers. My two daughters, they do programming, and they're very much actually interested into going into the science of the AI. That's what they want to make as a career. So I was very pleased. So what I'm going to do, I wrote to Michael, I told him, listen, I'm suggesting two things because we are talking about bottom-up approach here. And next year, we are going to reopen the conversation around the Africa AI strategy, that one. So we have two opportunities upcoming. The first one is in Luanda in 29th and 31st of October, what we call the Africa Infrastructure Conference on the invitation of the President of Angola. And I invited actually Africa AI Village and Generation Unlimited. If they want, we can actually sponsor an event around that there. And that will actually help to really put the voice and to make their voice actually heard by the investors who will be coming there, because we will be discussing about what it takes to invest, you know, in Africa in infrastructure, especially the digital infrastructures as well, including the AI infrastructure. And it's not, we are not going to bring young people just as a token, you know, no, because I know if I tell you I'm a dad, you say, okay, that's what everyone says, but typically that's the only point that I can make, right? And then in February, we have the African Union Summit of Head of States and Government, and we can organize as well another event that we will be ready to sponsor with these two organizations to bring actually the people there, discuss and meet actually those who are going to define the Africa AI strategy and policy, and make sure that when we go to the STC, the Specialized Technical Committee of the Ministers of ICT next year, we bring them as well around the table and to discuss and to say, this is what we have actually put there. We want to make sure that it appears in the policy, you know, so that part of the planning can at least be a little bit bottom up rather than the one that we see actually people coming from the capitals and sometimes just things because consultants told them to put things. This time around, we want actually the young people to do by themselves. So it's not, I'm not promising anything that, no, hold on. No. I'm promising that I will bring them that one.
But what are you not
no, for what I'm not promising is that it's there to fight that the outcome of the conversation will be captured there. They will have the venue, they will have the space, you know, they will have the platform, and if they fight properly, the outcome will be their outcome. If they go there to sleep, then nothing would happen. And nobody next time, because I'm sure they will invite me again with the young people next time. I don't know why. You know, I mean, you didn't do anything from your side. So this is what I will say, just directly, and we'll make this happen. So rendezvous is 28th, 31st of October with those two organizations. We will work actually with the team to make it happen, and then February 2026 as well to make it happen. This is my commitment. Yeah. Thanks.
Tom K, I hope you heard that. I hope you heard that. Okay. Karen, let's go to you. Then I'll have one last, I'm going to give the last comments to the young people.
Thank you very much. I just want to comment on the issue of the young people at the in terms of involving young people in politics. Yes, I would like to say that young people should use their voices to be solutions to their future. Why I am saying that, because there's a lot of potential in our young people, and these are the innovators of today. And so using their voices to bring solutions would be better than young people probably going out to the streets and, exerting their energy into something that would look negative. So what the challenge I want to give to the young people is use the energy for solutions. How do you bring solutions to the future? For example, we are talking of AI as giving opportunity for entrepreneurs. We do have many young people out there looking for employment, while the young people can actually create employment as innovators themselves. And so if we use this opportunity as young people, the government will provide, for example, digital infrastructure to be able to open up places for the youth. And then the youth could use this opportunity, therefore, to create even more jobs for their fellow youth. So therefore, this is a voice that can come together for solutions to their future. Young people can use their voices also for politics to get into the parliament, for example, in Kenya, because this is a special population and you can have fellow youth coming together and even voting for their young people. And so the moment you come in as a leader, you will also be able to be involved in the legal, making laws that will be support the youth. And so I would like to give challenge to our youth that let us not sit complaining, but use our voices to be solutions for the issues that are affecting the youth. And in this case, the government will be there to support in terms of infrastructure and also policies that will support their growth to support the economy. So that is the challenge I give to the young people. Thank you.
Okay. So Amin has to leave, but I'm just going to take 1 minute each from the young people. We'll start with you, the neuroscientist, Opey, and then Mariam. Just 1 minute. What are your parting words? Okay. Your
Okay.
parting words.
Yes. So I think if there's anything that we should get from this, is that participation is not a favor, it is a right. And when we talk about AI governance, it is also a safeguard. That's the future we want to be able to think, because systems that are built and designed without children will fail children. Without youth, they will fail youth. So we need to know that the future that we want is not whereby children and youth are just merely protected from AI governance or whatever, but we need them to be ethically, boldly, and creatively creating and shaping AI. We need the future whereby young people, they train models, they build data sets, and they innovate in ways that people have never seen before, not just using the Western tools. The last thing that I also need to talk is our policies should not be on paper and stacked in desks that are never reached. When you go in the government office, you see 97 whatever that has papers and you cannot even see them. We need to actively implement them, actively pursue them. Because if we make policies every single time, we need to be able to see who's going after these policies, who's making sure that these policies are implemented and they don't sit on the paper. The UNSRC, when we talk about it, it should be in effect. If a country is not pursuing it, they said, you are creative, you endorsed it, so why are you not using these things? So we need to be able to look for accountability. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know that there are people in the audience burning to ask questions. I'm going to allow 2 questions from the floor, but maybe I'll let you finish your statements so that he can hear them and he can leave. And or you want him to answer? Okay, so you're gonna hold rapid fire. He wants you. Thanks.
My name is Ibrahim Akpan, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Touches by Tech for Dev. And I'm going to be asking this question because jobs is the reason why I go to the office every day. I'm in charge of the placement of our beneficiaries in the 30 African countries that we cover. We have an opportunity in Africa, and we also have a crisis that a lot of people are not talking about. And this is because, let's say 5 years to this time, what we call entry-level jobs, right, which we would try to flood the ecosystem with young people should join, is changing because of AI, right? So a lot of companies right now, because of their bottom line, are not hiring a lot of young people to come into what we call the entry-level jobs. So my question would go to every one person, because everybody's saying government, everybody's pointing the finger at every other person, is to say, what are you going to do? Because I heard 1.5 billion, you have constituents of 1.5 billion, you have people who you cover. They are going to, if they don't take up the challenge today, they won't have the opportunity, because a lot of the times whereby AI is not taking away jobs, it's changing the job landscape. So you have the opportunity to advocate, to do a lot of things. And so what are your thoughts on this first? And what are you going to do differently to ensure that young people in your countries and the community that you serve are not excluded from this wave? Thank you.
Do you have a parting shot? Do you have a parting shot? Say something. Is there another question? Okay.
Sorry, thank you. Just to build on that, my name is Bill Baraza from Kenya. Nice to see you, Karen, on the panel. Maybe it's a comment and a question as well. The gentleman on the panel didn't get your name properly. You're talking about...
Amin.
Okay, so I just want to make a comment about planning to make policies to support growth of AI or application of AI. My thinking is that governments need to create a budget to support innovation. That is one, and maybe we can challenge that as you respond to that. And the reason why I'm saying that, we are in a city where we have a train system that was created, a subway system that was created in 1904. And how was it done? By the government setting up a budget and saying, we need young people to come and compete to develop a system that will have a rapid transport for people to come to Manhattan, because this place was supposed to be moved to another place to construct a city. All right. And at the time, they also did the World Trade Center, unfortunately, that was bombed by the planes. Governments need to support young people by creating deliberate budgets. That's on the government level. On the Africa Union level, we don't see, like in this occasion here, I don't see any representation from African Telecommunication Union, for example, who is supposed to be cutting across developing telecommunication and technology support on policy creation at the African Union level. I don't see probably Smart Africa. I've not seen them in this discussion. Where are they in terms of leading us, in terms of harmonizing regulations that are supposed to support growth of AI? So that's the challenge for me to government leaders who are here. I don't buy the idea that you have to wait until November 2027 to create a policy to support AI. Just create a budget. Young people will come in and call for competition. They'll develop the solution for you, and they'll be automatically integrated into the development of new technologies. Thank you.
Let me start by the jobs. In fact, when I sat on this panel, I was looking to time to act. And if you look at actually the page, which page, they listed the kind of entry-level jobs. I think it's here, table 5. Was it actually table 5? Not table 5. One of the table that actually they put, quite interesting. Sorry, just...
While you look
yeah,
for the
here, table 4
is at the back.
Yeah, table 4, page 30. You see, the writers listed actually the jobs, entry-level white-collar positions that GenAI might automate. They are very diplomat. They say might automate. In fact, it's will delete. That's actually what they should have put there. And this is just maybe 1% of the truth, because there is much more that would come, maybe not in 5 years, probably in 10 years. As a matter of fact, we write a report every year. We used to write a report every year, a report called Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiatives in Africa, where there are about 12 massive infrastructure projects across actually countries that we follow up. And writing this report was tedious, very, very tough, difficult, takes a lot of time in terms of data, in terms of interpretation of the data, collecting inputs from everyone. And usually we hire a consultant The consultant every year costs us between $80,000 to $100,000 every year. We automated the report this year. It cost me maybe $20. Yeah. What I did was, well, I told my team, listen, first it takes time to hire the consultant through the procurement process. Then you have to meet so many consultants, negotiate, and everyone is just actually ballooning the cost. And then I told them, well, we are tired of that. We developed, in fact, in order NEPAT, we really developed our own model internally. We spent a lot of time investing to develop our own model internally. You know, and my team is a team of engineers. We are engineers. So why the hell should I actually go and hire consultants to do a job that we engineers can do? Because now we got the support from the model that we have put money, time, energy to develop ourselves, and which actually fit the purpose for us. We developed the full report. We submitted the report actually to our constituencies. We got them access as well to the same model for them to comment it and to improve it. First, the report usually is being completed around November, December. It takes time. This year, we completed the report in July. That's the first thing, with maybe $20 instead of $100,000. Huge saving for our governments. You know, so what did you learn throughout this process? A lot of things. That we learned to be faster, to be actually very intentional, to go straight to the point, to identify where the data are and how we can actually collect them, because there are a lot of data out there within our governments that nobody pay attention to them. You just need a specific process and procedure actually to get access to those, you know, and you get this. So just to give you, even jobs like consultants are endangered. Basically consultants. If you ask me, should I become a consultant? I will tell you, be careful from now. Because I may have my own consultant actually for $20, right? So yeah, now what do we do? Because having said that is one thing, but what do we do? What are we going to do? It's not a question it's not just for Africa, by the way, this question. And there are some people in Africa even who are making a mistake to say that, well, our economies are not actually that sophisticated. So we may still be quite manual in 20 years when everyone will be automated. This is not true. We have seen it actually with the arrival of the cell phones, right? You know, so we quickly embrace that. It's not like cars. Anything which is digital is very easy and fast to spread around and to change people's behavior, right? That's exactly. So what do we do by doing so? And this is a question that unfortunately I can't give you a response by myself today. It requires three things from our side, all of us. First, this really bottom-up approach in terms of planning, not for AI, by the way, but planning for development. And this is extremely important. It goes back to how do we plan the development of our national economies, you know, between now and then. This is extremely important. And unfortunately, it's not a question. When I look into the national development plan of most of our countries, they are still using a top-down approach. Getting a consultant from the World Bank or from UNDP or from UNICEF or from, you know, anyone and tell them children are like that, youth are like this, just do 1, 2, 3, and then they get approved that at the assembly and move that coming back to New York or go to Washington to look for funding. It's a mistake. You continue like that, in 15 years, we're going to all be jobless, right? So we need to change the way we plan our development. Extremely important. We have to make it bottom up. I know, just quickly. Second thing, extremely important, we need to change our education system. That goes as well with the development, national development plan. You know, and thirdly, extremely important, we need to just double down our efforts in investing by ourselves into our infrastructures. She gave the example of the Ethiopian dam. Kenya is another good example, by the way, when it comes to infrastructures. So many African countries are now following up on that one. So those are the three things that I can say, but there is no actually simple response to your question. And going back quickly in 30 seconds about the budget, yes, it's extremely important. If you want to change something in the country, you need to create a budget line within the national government budget. Absolutely. You know, that's, for me, there is no even contestation around that. That's very much normal. Now, are we creating those budget lines in our government's budget? Unfortunately, no. You know, just AI is just a nice to have for now. Just like in many cases, education, especially scientific education, is kind of nice to have. So we need to change that. How are we going to change that? It's a conversation. The change will only happen if and when the young people will involve themselves, and I insist, into politics more. You know, thank you, and I'm sorry I have to leave because I have another panel. You know, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your time.
And see you in Rwanda.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So we've actually run out of time. I'm just going to give Joshua 1 minute, Mariam 1 minute, and then we close.
Yeah, I was also going to just tell Mr. Amin that we thank him for the invitation and the fact that he was saying that, oh, when you come, you have to make sure that now it is included in the whole kind of decision-making process. And those are the issues that we are talking about. That young people who go and speak must have the mandate. There must be a mandate through which when young people speak, it stands as something that is tangible as a pillar. And I think that's what we continue to fight for. That when I'm coming to speak, I shouldn't come and speak as like maybe a consultant or you want my opinion on a particular issue. And that's where maybe like when I was talking about the Commonwealth Youth Council, that's what it fixes. You have a mandate from heads of government. And so when you are speaking from a mandate. And you have like a general assembly that can pass resolutions, and those resolutions can then be forwarded. It's not like I need to push that my voice is heard, because when I'm speaking, I have a mandate. And so I think that if there is anything that needs to be fixed, it's the fact that we need mandates across all the bodies that we are talking about. In the AU, there should be a structure that is mandated. We had the Pan-African Youth Union that had the mandate, and the relationship between Pan-African Youth Union and AU has been a bit sketchy. But it's time to go back, where you have like a youth structure that has a mandate. When they speak, it stands. And it's not like a young person that you invite that comes to just give an opinion, but we need to empower structures that have mandates. And I think that's where I leave it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariam, final word.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking for the word, but then before I proceed, I must say I see Joshua probably becoming the Minister of Youth in Ghana someday. I look forward to that. So for me, I think my response would also be answering the question the young man in the audience asked, and something my colleague here said. It would be that at the end of the day, advocacy, all the talk we do, the panel sessions, would mean nothing without implementation. As it has said, from the political perspective, which I'm not 100% good at, we need to have proper structures that in the end leads to implementation. And so there are certain things that in as much as we put in that effort to do as youth, it would not be effective enough without the support of the government, because most of the challenges we experience in Africa today boils down to infrastructure. And without those foundation being strong enough, we'll continue to have this problem and we'll always be solving them at the surface level. So, and in order for us to avoid solving things at the surface level, I'm calling for collaboration between governments and youth to deeply work towards solving the kind of challenge, the problems that we have in our societies today. And as youths, to not just advocate, because that's the reason why we are where we are today and we're having this conversation. It's not just about advocacy, it's also about implementation. And I'm calling every African youth listening to please embrace entrepreneurship, because that is the way we can take control of the solutions that we want to see, but also be involved in government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause for this incredible panel. Take a picture. We should. You guys take a picture.
As I take a picture, this was great. I think the youth speak their minds and we've heard exactly how it is. We will be moving to the most interactive part of the day, where we get to have all our opinions heard. And Dr. Andrew will be introducing the sessions. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thanks for those of us who are still sticking around.
Okay, thank you everyone. My name is Andrew Boston. I lead strategy at Kala. We're very excited to have you here today. This is the most important session of the entire day. So thanks for sticking around. We will actually have some food, so I'll orient you to how we'll do the next session and how we'll get the food. But first, let me just say, we've heard from the panel here, it's time for action. right? The youth are asking for actual mandates, actual action. We've heard we need bottom-up planning. So this is our chance to be a part of that. The African AI Declaration has mandated 6 pillars. Those pillars are compute, data, talent, market, governance, and investment. So today, when you came to the conference, you signed up for one of those 6, or we have a separate breakout for youth. And so what we're going to do now, we'll break out into breakout sessions. I'll introduce the co-leads you have, esteemed co-leads, that will lead you through a discussion. We'll have 25 minutes. And the point of the discussion is to get to objectives for the AI Council in each of those pillars. So we are now in the midst of selecting top leaders across global or African tech players and from the governments of various African countries. And they will be selected to lead a working group in each of these pillars. And this is our chance to now input what do we believe the objectives should be for those working groups. Okay, we can discuss the achievements so far, the challenges we've seen, but more importantly, the opportunities we have in front of us, and maybe even the commitments that your organization can make as part of that pillar. So let me please introduce the esteemed co-leads that will be there to lead your discussion. For compute, we have Ms. Fatima Tambajang, who's the head of developer relations, Africa, NVIDIA. We have Mr. Alex Tsado. You can clap, but I'll keep going just for time. Mr. Alex Tsado, who's the founder of Alliance for AI. We have for the investment group, and you can raise your hand if you want as I announce your name. I'm sorry, I'm going very quickly. For the investment breakout group, we have Ms. Amolo Ngueno, who's the CEO of BFA Global. We have Mr. Magdi Amin, who's a managing partner at African Renaissance Ventures. For governance, we have Ms. Akua Geke, Senior Director and Head of Government Affairs, Corporate, External, and Legal Affairs, Microsoft Africa. And we have Professor Bulelani Jili, Assistant Professor at Georgetown University, Faculty Associate, Harvard, Visiting Fellow, Yale Law School. For the talent group, we have Rikorora Karamata, who's a software engineer and researcher at the National Commission on Research, Science, and Technology from Namibia. And we have Ms. Selena Lee here with us, who's the CEO of Zindi Africa. For market, we have Ms. Agnes Mukuya, who's Chief of Staff at Chip Mango. And we have Mr. Surem Baratam, Founder and Chief Mentor at Kuza Biashara. And for the data group, we have Dr. Bayo Adekanbi, who's the founder of Data Science Nigeria, and Ms. Ojama Chai, who's an MD at CC Hub. All right, so here's how we're going to do this. Oh yes, and for the youth group, it will be led by Jennifer Kaberi, who's the founder of Mtoto News. Okay, let's give everyone a round of applause for all the co-leads that will be helping us in the discussion group. Here's where the breakout rooms will be. So if you're in governance, we'll be doing it in the back of this room. That's the largest group. Most people signed up. Governance will be in the back of this room. And you will find flip charts and Sharpies there to be able to take notes and guide the discussion. And please also appoint someone who's a good note taker as well. So we take in all the information and we can input it afterwards to the pillar leads. So governance is in the back of the room. If you're in the data group, it will be in the middle of this room, right around here. You can just arrange some chairs right there. And if you're in investment, we'll do the investment group at the front of this room. So up here, we'll have a flip chart here, and you can either use chairs or you can stand up. Investment group will be here. If you're in the youth group, and there's a cafeteria, we'll open this door here and move this chair. There's a cafeteria just behind the stage here. So if you're in the youth group, go to the cafeteria. Or if you're participating in the market group, that will be in the cafeteria as well. If you're discussing talent, talent and compute will be in a room just past the reception. You'll see two rooms on the right. One is like a mother baby room, but talent group will be in there. And just to the left of that was what was the minister's waiting room. That will be the compute group. So if you're in compute, go there. Now, if you forgot that already, just find me, or I have a colleague, Joy and Sonny, who will be around. But this is what we like to do, okay? We've only got 25 minutes to discuss, and then we'll come back to the group at 1 o'clock. We'll come back to the plenary and summarize the group's discussion back to the group. And if you want to have anything to eat, we have food. There's food here behind the reception, and there's food in the cafeteria as well. So if you're in one of the groups in the main room, like governance and investment, I advise you go to the cafeteria, get food from there. If you're in the other groups, you can get food from behind the reception. Try to get your food, head to the group in 5 minutes. We'll all meet back here to summarize at 1 o'clock. All right, thanks. I want to find you.
You should join us in data by this of the work, Angela. Angela, please join me. By reason of your work, you should be part of data. That's how I hope that you join. Still has full battery.
Hello, check, check. All right. Hello, everyone. Smart, passionate people. I can see that we're deep in discussion, and we had a really great discussion. A lot of things came through. So if you can just be making your way back into your seats, we're going to wrap this up very quickly, but I want to give a chance for each group to share back a quick summary. And if we have time, maybe a quick bit of feedback. So if you can just make your way to your seats, especially if you're one of the co-leads, please sit near the front if you're one of the co-leads, and we'll pull up each group one at a time. If you need your flip chart, we will get it and bring it up here. Here's the data one. You can just be making your way back to your seats, please. Please, we want to wrap it up. I know there's a lot of networking to do. I love networking as much as the next person, but we can do it after we wrap up. Please find your seats. A little. If you can, please make your way to the front. I may need some MC help here, just because maybe they'll listen to you, Ashley. Yeah. Huh? A song. Hey. I don't know what song to sing. Yeah, maybe. What's a Swahili song? Malaika, nakupenda malaika. That's my dog's name, actually. She's in Nairobi. She sends her hellos and her greetings. All right, please, if you can, come on in and find your seats. Plenty of time for networking afterwards. We need to wrap up. I love all of the passion and the discussion we've had. If you're one of the co-leads, please come up to the front and sit near the front. And I will start picking one of the groups to begin. So I saw that compute was really deep into some technical discussions, which was great. So if I can, I'll have the compute leads come up. We'll start with compute, and then we'll go down the list from there. Who is the leader for compute? Compute, co-leads. Yes. Yes. Well, you're not going first. Okay. Who wants to volunteer to go first? One of the leads from the pillars. It's okay. Don't be shy. It will be very quick. Yes. So if we can, we don't have a lot of time for feedback, so we'll just have a quick 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes, something like that. Share back the highlights of the discussion and how you hope that it feeds into the AI Council and the working group going forward.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amolo. I was one of the co-leads for the investment pillar. And I think it felt very short, the session. I think there were maybe 3 conclusions that we had. The first is that investment is not just in AI itself in Africa, that we have to invest, especially electricity was mentioned, but there are other resources like water, data, potentially even physical communications that are also an investment challenge. I think the second thing was about the role of government in the investment landscape, which on the one hand is a very, very important catalyst. They're a policy and governance shaper and potentially investor as well. And on the other hand is likely to be slow moving and or slower moving and lagging participant in the whole market. So there's a kind of challenge of balancing the two sides of the role of government. I think the conclusion of that part of the section is that the private sector actually has to lead, even while at the same time appealing for government investment. And then I think the third thing that we discussed was the talent gap and how that actually starts way back in the school system. And that we have to, that investment, I mean, in the end, we talked about almost everything except investment, but that it's a very multifaceted and holistic problem that everybody must play their own role to have a successful investment ecosystem. So I think that's it from my group, unless anybody would like to add anything.
Okay, I see some hands already, but talent was mentioned. So I wondered if the talent group wants to step in. It's interesting to see the foundational investments. There's a bit of catch up perhaps, or foundation setting. And that's the point of some of the pillars here, like talent. So I don't know. Rico, you're gonna...
Yes, good afternoon. So we are reporting on the talent pillar, right? So the time was really too short. There were a lot of brilliant ideas in the room. But so some of the achievements are awareness, high demand, and then willingness to adapt. So these are then the awareness is in regards to the youth. So the youth now are aware, and they aren't necessarily waiting on these opportunities to be available to them. They are, yeah. And then the high demand. What's the high demand on? Okay. Yes, so this was a high demand for skilling opportunities. And then the willingness to adapt was on the government side, to say that they are now willing to adapt to the new age. Some of the challenges we identified were infrastructure, the entry-level skills changing and being, so to say that now if you did a degree or a diploma, the job requirement has changed because of how fast tech is moving. And then we also have the legislative frameworks, the lack of. We don't have any frameworks that are necessarily protecting the youth or in terms of talent. And then also the demand suppresses the training that that is offered. And then some of the opportunities are, we have now communities that are learning and teaching each other through peer learning. So this was communities such as She Leads, for instance. And then the other opportunity is advocacy, to say that we should have people that are advocating constantly in government for budgets to be put aside for AI and yes. And then the other thing is youth population. So like we had earlier, Africa has one of the biggest, youth numbers. So I think we have that as an advantage and an opportunity.
I'll just wrap it up to say that our group we have 5 commitments, 5 very concrete commitments towards financing, towards training, towards matching people with job opportunities, actually. And so I think our group did a really great job. So thank you. Black tech lead, build an AI-powered platform that matches youth strengths with opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I want to just remind all the leads, the more concrete examples you can bring, the better. And I know in talent, it's such an important thing that we need to be able to adapt quickly. I even heard mentioned today different, let's teach people how to code. That's great, but guess what? AI can do all of that probably better than us now. So we need to flex very quickly and we need to be adaptive. All right, let's go to the next group, compute. If you would like to come on up. And again, as concrete examples as you can give, that'd be great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fatima, and I'm from NVIDIA, and I'm joined by Alex from AI Alliance. So I'll talk about what we discussed. So we spoke about compute. I'll share 3 key highlights. Our opening statement was grounding our conversation in truth. Currently, AI practitioners on the continent only have access to 5% compute. 5%. And this information has been collected by the UNDP, IFC, and several other organizations agree that this is what we're seeing on the continent. That said, the opportunity that we're seeing on the continent is this year, we've seen the largest amount of investment when it comes to data centers. The first data center is going to be set up in South Africa by Cassava. We also learned that AIX Africa has also raised 200 million just last week as well towards artificial intelligence, Microsoft and G42 and so forth. I think the challenge that we see is de-risking so that other partners can come in. The big question is, with the compute that's already on the continent, what are some use cases that have come from that compute? We've all heard about large language models, climate change, healthcare, but we're yet to see an application that's going to create a watershed moment similar to that of ChatGPT. There's the other thing of chicken and egg challenge. Do you teach people how to leverage compute, or do you get compute first and then teach secondly? And then the other thing is AI champions. In markets like India and other developing economies, we see organizations and family offices actually invest into artificial intelligence. When it comes to Africa, the fingers are kind of being pointed across public sector and private sector as to whose responsibility it is to invest into compute. And then there's the other question around sleeping GPUs. What do we do with the clusters that are already available? I'll pass the mic to Alex and he'll share some of his insights as well.
Thank you very much, Fatima. So perhaps I'll start from the sleeping GPUs, right? So this kind of brings us towards commitments. One of the first ones that happened was through, I forget his name, but he joined us from the Kenya investment community. Herschel. I don't know if Herschel's still in the room, but it was really great to have him with us and make commitments to they are the investment committee, so they can review how they think about investments for AI. There's investments that have gone to IX Africa. He mentioned $200 million going to the data center, but then how do you look at coming up the stack to look at the GPUs and funding programs that help bring together the different groups from the talent to the government to enterprise, bring them to the GPUs so that the use cases start to take root. In terms of use cases, we had Jess from Wadwani AI in our room talking about how Wadwani AI has scaled over 25 AI use cases in India, and they've now created Wadwani Global that is looking across the world, including Africa, on how they can bring some of those use cases, work with local teams to localize them and scale them, and that could then lead to further usage. And then as regards the sleeping GPUs, that's my own commitment. We already have a platform live called the Africa GPU Hub that is meant to connect GPUs that are dispersed across the world, including Africa. So when folks in our room mentioned that there's some GPUs in Rwanda, there's some GPUs in Senegal, there's some GPUs in Madagascar, they're hard to access because they all have different platforms and they're within universities. There's some bureaucracy. How do we continue to work together with them to provide that software layer that people can access and start building AI solutions that over 1 million people will use? I actually hope that happens by next year, that we'll have an AI solution from Africa, or maybe 5, that over 1 million people we'll be using. I'm looking for Dr. Bayo. Okay, good. Yes. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any other piece you want to add. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that also, I think it's a good segue into our governance group. So we've heard there's compute, there's data centers in different countries, but then it's difficult to access, or maybe there's different standards, things that we can harmonize across countries and lead to more power. So the governance leads, if I could ask you to come up. I know one had to leave. Who is still here? Uh-oh. So we might need, so if Professor Bulalani also had to leave, we may need someone from the governance group to hop on up if you can. Someone want to summarize? And you have your flip chart here. I'll take down if you need the notes. Okay. And one more thing as he comes up, just want to remind those online, there's a QR code. And if you scan that, there's a Google form where you can also input your opportunities, challenges, and commitments related to the pillars. So online, please, you can do that.
Thanks so much. Anyone else who is there, feel free to come up and join me. I'm Rasmus. We had the commitment to not have the same conversation next year. And what does that require? And we talked about the challenges of trying to do things at the AU level, which has been done. So one of the leads we were exploring was looking at the regional economic communities, which still haven't really engaged in AI, but which often will combine countries that have more in common. The East African community is coming out with something that might be a pilot of doing something there. We talked about democratizing access to large data sets as governments and firms across the continent are trying to build using often data that are hosted abroad. And we, here we are. Yeah, we talked about having governance conversations be less generic and more targeted. So what do Africans want? What do African leaders want? What do firms want? Instead of just saying governance a lot of times in a row, which often happens. That might be like making it sector specific. What does it look like in healthcare? What does it look like when dealing with linguistic diversity? A key thing for governance, I think, is that a lot of African countries don't have access to models that their citizens can use because they are speaking Amharic as opposed to English. So a key thing there. Yeah, and I think we often ended with basically that improving technical capacity at the policymaker level is a key constraint, as we also heard. So, for instance, His Excellency the Ghanaian minister speaking to policymakers that don't recognize the potential or the risks of the technologies. So fellowships or things that we can basically do at AI speed, because I think often trying to do something super comprehensive and super enforceable might take 3 years. And where will we be in 3 years in the world of AI? Like somewhere very, very different than today. And I think we saw that the EU AI Act basically tried to do that, built a piece of legislation that focused only on the previous generation of AI, and have had real troubles adapting it to the era of generative AI. Let's see. Yeah, I think basically that's what we try to do. So what can we do in less than a year soon? Probably more local with linking people up, but often at the national or regional levels. Thank you.
And thanks for stepping up on that one. I appreciate it. Okay, we have 2 more groups. And just to remind also, we'll have the QR code up online, but we also have the Google form for anyone here to input. So we'll have, Joy, if you can make sure we have the link and the QR code for physical participants as well. Before you leave today, if you want to input on your pillar, please do it there, because we will collate all of that. We're going to summarize. Maybe we'll use AI. we'll summarize, and we're going to give all this to the AI Council pillar working groups. Okay. All right. So next up, let's have the market group. Who's here from the market group? All right, Agnes.
Okay, I'll tee it up and then Sri will share where we landed. So for our conversation, we started by discussing what it takes to have a thriving market. And the two key pillars from our standpoint were infrastructure, both digital and physical. So some of the regional hubs that we talked about, having enough compute power, having enough resources. And then the second piece was having the right human capital. And, you know, by Sri's math, we did 1 + 1 and that was 11. So having those two combined factors would give us an exponential, you know, impact by virtue of having people who are empowered to be able to leverage the technologies that we're developing. So from a market standpoint, there's multiple challenges that we listed. We talked about human capital challenges, not having the right talent, information asymmetry, so not necessarily having a clear understanding of what the demand is and what is available in terms of a supply standpoint, financial challenges, right, not having the right capital in the market to be deployed to facilitate the movement of the products and goods and services in the market. And then a lack of trust and transparency in terms of who the products are, you know, sort of deployed to and how they're leveraged, and an equity gap just based on who has access to the talent and who has access to the resources to be able to develop. And what Sri then shared was that there's room for us to sort of append the way we think about the market, and instead of assuming that the existing infrastructures need to continue to exist and the market will develop from that, what if we just reconsidered and reimagined a new version of a market for AI and AI-related products? And he'll walk us through some of the opportunities in that market.
Yep. Thank you, Aggie. I think the opportunity that we saw is that we wanted to leverage all the brainstorming other groups have done. Because end of the day, if there's no market for anything we are doing, there's no point. So we said, we can talk till the cows come home, but let's start changing the narrative from market-centric approach. And that's fundamentally where we said, there is an opportunity for us today to reimagine the way we are used to thinking. And in the morning conversation also, there was a discussion around the power. Usually we say PPP, partnerships. We wanted to reimagine that. And I'm sure Genu has already taken a leap in this. It's called PPYP, Public-Private Youth Partnership, with youth at the front and center and leveraging AI and digital as a core means to get there. And also looking at most of the opportunities, they are very localized. The demand supply gap is not fulfilling basically because the needs are very varied and very different. So for us to be able to think for this kind of opportunity, we are calling it as a global, thinking global, but acting local. And for us to be able to have this kind of hyper-local solutions that the market is demanding, and I think this is where the power of AI would be leveraged, not just the language data, but also the unique needs of every producer that we are talking, call it farmers, call it healthcare, call it young mothers or anyone. And lastly, we also said in terms of commitments, so the multi-stakeholder governance structure is something that we strongly felt is need of the hour. I think that could be a segue from the governance team and investment teams. And then pilot AI-enabled solutions. To begin with, we wanted to leverage this in agriculture and also health and education. We see there's a cross-sectional intervention between these three. And if we can bring all of this together, but rather than thinking vertically about each of these, can we think horizontal and leverage the human power at the last mile? And that's leveraging youth, call it agripreneurs, healthpreneurs, sanipreneurs, anybody, but making entrepreneurship as a core so that they can develop both as offering advisory and also service delivery. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's great. Bringing together the foundational work and getting to use cases that have a market as well. So that we can push that forward. One of our most valuable assets is data. That is the last group as well. So if you can come on up, last but not least, incredibly important. We'll hear the summary from your group. After that, we'll have a quick closing word from Dr. Shiko, and then we'll be on our way. So thanks again.
Thank you. So we try to follow the guidelines provided, which was to look at the context. So we look at the context of data as the ultimate driver of the big AI ecosystem. So from collection to annotation to management to inclusion to quality assessment to ground truthing and all of that. And then we saw some specific opportunities, and I'll try to look at that specifically. First, in the area of the need for inclusive and ethical data collection. We saw that as a major focus. And the best example that we could pick is the Kaya model in India, which ensures that data collection is not just intentionally developing it's not just powering AI model development, it's also developing the community. And it's also recruiting people into job, and they are collecting or they are receiving decent wages as well. So that Africa is not just being exploited by being used as a dumping ground just to have data annotated for AI learning. So that for us was a major one. Then we saw the opportunity around data diversity because data are very diverse. We have over 2,000 languages and so many nuances, what linguists would call sociolects and idiolects. That means our model can be more grounded to solve more problems in more specific domains. So we felt that will mean that data, when properly collected and deployed, can solve a lot of infrastructural gaps on the continent from a developmental perspective. Just imagine how AI can bridge a gap for midwives, doctors in areas where there are none, especially today where you can just scan an X-ray document and it can explain the response to you in your local language. So those possibilities are some of the things that we saw in very clear time. And then we spoke about, data must also demonstrate quality, fairness, representativeness. And we saw an example from India where the national large language model is now being quality assessed to be sure that it's grounded on reality so that when it's not just garbage in, garbage out. And then, of course, ground truthing. We saw an example from Nigeria where health data developed by startups are now being checked for not just because they meet the standard word error rates, but the fact that they are true to reality where errors cannot be allowed in any way. So that came out very strong. And then we saw that data collection opportunity is not just about young people, especially when we're collecting data that are nuanced. Older people are also needed, especially because they are the ones that speak the local languages. The young people, the Gen Zs, speak more in slangish, not in English. So we need those who actually speak the local language as well. So I'll call on my colleague, Joma, to speak to some of the commitment that we made.
Thanks very much. So there were a few commitments. Development Gateway talked about incorporating more local languages, African languages, in the work that they're doing across the data collection and management value chain. CC Hub, the organization I work with, we're an ecosystem enabler. And we talked a lot about fragmentation, and the commitment we're making is to do more work around connecting the AI ecosystem in Africa more strongly so that we're meeting each other and talking to each other on the continent, not just when we come to UNGA. Equalize AI made a commitment around developing more open source data collection tools and gathering more easy to use use cases. Dalberg made a commitment about making data more AI ready, and AHFID made a commitment around ground truthing models, especially relating to health, as Dr. Bayo was talking about. That's us, I think. Oh.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. And thanks for sticking all the way through to the end. We're just going to have a quick wrap up. I'd like to call Dr. Shiko Gital, the CEO of Kala, who is really the magic behind all of this, along with Jen Yu. So please give her a hand.
Thank you so much. I wish Nadi was here to wrap up with me. We had like an announcement. I'm guessing I'm going to just do it by myself. So I'm really excited about having the AI village here in New York because it sets pace and conversations around what Africa needs. And my favorite part was this. Don't tell the ministers I said this. My favorite part was the labs because we really wanted to have labs where people who you don't come all the way from wherever you came and just listen. We wanted people to also bring their ideas on the table. And then in a couple of weeks, we'll send you the feedback. The AI Council will be announced at the end of October. So this will be part of that conversation that is going into the AI Council. And you saw Minister Rosa from not Equatorial Guinea, the other Guinea. Conakry, inviting everyone to go to Transform. That's where you're going to be announcing the council and the working groups and stuff. So it's all a continuation piece of work and we want it to continue. We call ourselves the glue or the lubricant of the African AI ecosystem, and we're loving having you here. With Genu, we want to train 50 million young women in AI by 2031. I know it's ambitious, but it can be done. So Nadi, who runs Genu, and you saw all the people who are involved in that conversation came in this morning. And it's not just about training just skills for skills. There's going to be a fellowship around being able to build agents. There's going to be a fellowship around being able to have researchers who are women. And I think the first fellowship is going to be announced in October. So it's really quite exciting to be again the rubric, and it's bringing the different pieces. And when you say 50 million, it's not Color that is going to do it. We're going to call on some of you as partners to be able to be part of that conversation. When you want to build use cases, we'll call on you. Shri, can we do build a use case on agriculture with you? Because again, we can be able to bring these people and convene them in a room and inspire questions. So if you have interesting questions, especially in health, we have an amazing cohort starting in October. It's going to be focusing on climate and health. So if you have an amazing questions around that, please do let us know. Otherwise, thank you so much for coming and being in this room. I have to say thank you to Genu and UNICEF for feeding us. I keep making fun that Nadi is a Kenyan because when she said, no, don't worry, we'll offer you warm breakfast. And if you've been in any meeting in New York, warm breakfast is coffee and bagels with butter if you're actually quite lucky. But today they had like everything from oatmeal to like sausages and eggs. And then now we had like a nice snack break lunch. So I want to say thank you for that leadership here who really made room for this event to happen, gave us this room and provided the breakfast and of course the partnership of changing the world. Those ones who know us, you're listening, we're in the business of changing the world, because if you don't, who else will? Yeah. And I'm hoping that you can take away with you. So thank you so much and God bless. Have a lovely afternoon. Oh, there she is. Oh, wait. She's here.
Nadia is in the building as well. Whoop, whoop. And we'll do a quick group picture for everyone up front. So if you want to be in the group photo, we appreciate everyone who's still here. You can come up to the front.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Attention, please. Nadi is here, so I'm so happy she's here.
Yeah, just a quick thank you to all of you who have stayed until this time. I'm sure that we got a wealth of information, learning, etc. from all of you who remained. Sorry, I had to run out. It's always that anger is always a problem. There's one crisis after the other. There's this government wants to talk to you immediately and so on and so forth. So that's the only reason I stepped out. But I think Shiko has already made the announcement, what we are planning to do by 2031, 50 million young African girls equipped with AI. And it is going to be in every field you can imagine. Yeah. Frontline workers, healthcare, the hospitality business, agriculture, where is Shri, which stuff that we're already doing, you know. So we're so excited that we're going to partner with Kala on this. And of course, we want to build a massive ecosystem around this because we know that we're not the only two who can get this done. So we're bringing governments on board, private sector partners, foundations, other multilaterals, etc., so that we can actually get to this goal. We're working together with the African Union, and this is something we must achieve. Julius Nyerere said, educate a woman and educate these guys, and what happens? Thank you.
What's it? Let me take this.